The state of Maryland seeing some major changes following the midterm elections. The state is now under a one-party rule as Democrat Wes Moore wins the gubernatorial race. We are taking a look into the close races all across the state. Plus, we are taking a look into some of the national races and the changes of power that could be coming to Congress.
It's a colder morning, and temperatures today are going to be a little chillier. We'll break down what we can expect as we head toward Veterans Day weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Wednesday, November 9th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He warned us it was going to be chilly out there, and yep.
Yeah, definitely colder, Meg. Yeah, we got some 30s and 40s here this morning, and mainly clear skies. Really nothing to get in your way with that, but you can see a beautiful shot over the Inner Harbor here at this hour, and we're waking up to 39 in Cockeysville, 38 in Towson, still some mid-40s for Woodlawn and Baltimore City right now. Weather story, a colder morning. Temperatures are going to stay cooler today, but plenty of sunshine, and we're also tracking the rain from Tropical Storm Nicole that will be impacting us this weekend. No impact from the rain on your morning drive. It will just be cold. Make sure to get that defroster and those heaters going in the next couple of hours. Our temperatures in the 40s. We're only going to top out in the mid to upper 50s, and a few of us will get to the lower 60s for this afternoon, so a little bit colder than where we ended up yesterday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got your drive times pulled up and looking great in the green here this morning. We want to begin with your Vote 2022 coverage. The midterm elections have officially wrapped up, and one of the highly watched races, of course, is the race for governor, and this has been an historic race. The state of Maryland now under one-party rule, as Democrat Wes Moore will be our next governor.
We will work with police and communities to ensure public safety. And we will make sure that we are keeping these illegal guns and these violent offenders off of our streets. In our Maryland, you will feel safe in your own neighborhoods, and you will feel safe in your own skin.
I'm not going to lie to you, this is a difficult race. We're not doing as well as I had hoped in places like Baltimore County. So it's very, very tough. This is a tough road ahead, and so I don't want to give you some false hopes to stay here for the rest of the night. I am excited to continue to watch the votes to be counted, all the votes.
Moore will be the first African-American to be elected governor in Maryland. He's also only the third African-American to be elected governor in our nation. Other big races making history last night include the race for Attorney General. Democrat Anthony Brown will be the first black man to serve in that position, beating Republican candidate Michael Peroutka.
While the campaign is over, our work has just begun. As we look to the future, we've got a big job to do. Our job is to deliver good schools, safe neighborhoods, affordable health care, a clean environment, a level playing field in the workplace and in the marketplace, and a justice system that is free of bias.
Democrat Brooke Learman will be the first woman, meantime, to serve as the state's comptroller. She beat her challenger, outgoing Harford County Executive Barry Glassman.
We represent more than 51% of the population in this state, and tonight I'm humbled for the first time in our state's 200-plus year history that we have finally elected a woman to one of our top 3 offices.
In the county, some races seeing some major upsets. In Anne Arundel County, we've got a close race for County Executive. Republican Jessica Hare leading right now over County Executive Stuart Pittman. And we can see here on the screen, it's 54 to 46%. Still waiting on results from mail-in ballots, which will not be counted until 2 days after the election. We'll see what happens there. Meantime, in Howard County, County Executive Democrat Calvin Ball holding the lead on his position against Republican Alan Kittleman, 56% to 44% right now. And in the race for Baltimore County Executive, current Executive Democrat Johnny Olszewski getting the win over Republican Pat McDonough. In Harford County, 2 new candidates for executive since outgoing executive Republican Barry Glassman did not run for re-election, instead running for state comptroller. Republican Bob Casserly getting the edge over Democrat Blaine Miller. Turning now to some ballot questions. Voters seeing a number this year on the statewide ballot. Question 4 getting the majority of votes, and this deals with legalizing marijuana use in simple possession for adults over the age of 21. This means starting July 1st, possession of up to 1.5 ounces of recreational marijuana, if you're 21 and older, will be legal. It also expunges your past simple marijuana convictions if that was the only charge in the case. In Baltimore City, residents had a few big ballot questions to decide on, one of them being Question K. Heard a lot about this. As we can see here, Baltimore City residents voted in favor. Question K seeks to establish a 2-term limit for city elected officials, and this includes the mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and council members. It would also limit officials from holding office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. It only applies to city officials and does not limit politicians from running for a different office after reaching the limit on their previous position. Supporters say the limits would usher in new solutions. Opponents say term limits bring stability to the office. This will first apply to officials elected in 2024. Baltimore City residents also voting in favor of Question H, and that was the one that involves whether to bring the Baltimore City Police Department back under local control. The Baltimore Police Department has functioned as a state agency for more than a century, meaning City Hall has not had the authority to fully regulate the Baltimore Police Department. They must seek approval from the Maryland General Assembly when it comes to policy changes. Plus, Question I has to do with the Inspector General. Baltimore City residents voting in favor of the question, and this would change the membership of the advisory board that oversees the Baltimore City Inspector General. Isabel Mercedes coming right now. The panel consists of multiple City Hall elected officials who could ultimately be the subject of investigations by the Inspector General. Cumming has criticized the makeup of the board and conflict of interest that it represents. A guest vote changes the board to consist of 11 city residents and no elected officials. We'll stay with Fox 45 News this morning. We're going to continue to cover all of the big races across Maryland and keep you up to date. And we are waking up to some chilly temperatures this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know if we warm up or if this cold is here to stay. It is 4:37 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. We are just 20 minutes in front of 5 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. Definitely a little bit colder, but nice and clear outside. Looking out over the Inner Harbor this hour. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours before you get your day going. Notice those numbers are going to stay in the lower 40s, so probably grab an extra layer as you head out. We'll be breaking down those temperatures and let you know when it warms back up and the rain that we're tracking for this upcoming weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we are not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF to get started. Changes are coming to the Senate following the midterm elections. We're tracking the balance of power there. Plus, after waiting to see if you'd become a billionaire, the jackpot has found its winner, where the lucky winner bought their ticket and what caused the delay in the first place. Meantime, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the power of the ballot box, hour by hour, more election results coming in. Plus, we're tracking the close calls. We've got team coverage and analysis as America's voters have spoken. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:44 and returning now to your vote 2022 coverage. Democrat John Fetterman has won Pennsylvania's hotly contested Senate race. He came out in the early hours of the morning to thank his supporters.
I'm so humbled. Thank you so much. Really. Thank you. Like what is it? It's like 1:30 in the morning and you're still here hanging in?
This is a huge flip for Democrats as they fight to hold control of the Senate. Fetterman held off celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz, who was endorsed by former President Trump. You may be waking up sad this morning as your chances of becoming a billionaire are over. Kelly Lynn with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. has details with why we saw issues in Monday night's drawing.
I have, I hope, a winning ticket.
Like so many of us, Mike Dean woke up dreaming of a $1 billion Powerball payoff.
I would help everybody and take a lot of vacations.
We checked Mike's tickets.
The first numbers are 10, 33, 41, 47.
But they were not a match. He won't take home the jackpot that rose to a record $2.04 billion Tuesday after an overnight delay.
We have some breaking news, and this is going to get a lot of people's attention right now. The Powerball drawing has not happened yet.
7 News was on the air when we learned about the technical issue Monday night. The 10:59 p.m. drawing did not happen because a participating state lottery needed additional time to process sales and play data.
A system glitch is really all that happened that prevented the lottery from validating that all the transactions were accounted for.
I've never heard of this ever happening before.
Finally, after nearly 10 hours, the numbers were drawn, and the $1.9 billion prize grew to $2.04 billion.
In this case, we sold a little bit more than we thought, so the jackpot was a little bit higher.
Lottery officials confirmed the winning ticket was purchased at Joe's Service Center in Altadena, California. 22 Powerball tickets, one of them sold in Maryland, match 5 of the 6 numbers and carry a $1 million prize. The most Mike wins is $4.
I'm not a winner, but I feel fine. I tried.
In Northwest, Kelly Lynn, 7 News.
So someone here in Maryland won $1 million. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. Up, he's here. Good. I was wondering if you were going to run out on that.
If I win $1 million, I'll still be here. Don't worry.
5 numbers, though. Don't you think you should get more than $1 million?
I know, yeah. Right? The whole thing is messed up. But don't worry. We still have a chance to play. I mean, there's so many other chances. It's going to get back up to $1 billion. It always does, it seems like now. So you'll have another chance. And there's another drawing tonight.
That's
back
right.
to 20 million, you know, because, you know, nothing to sneeze at there.
20 million would be fine.
Nothing to sneeze at there. All right, right now we are looking at our Towson camera. Obviously still dark this morning, but our temperatures are definitely a little bit colder. So numbers right there on the right side of your screen. A lot of us are in the 40s this morning. We're officially at 44 in Towson. Little northeast wind, about 7 to 10 miles an hour. Not going to be as windy today, and you can see our HD radar is dry. We are not tracking any rain, at least for the next couple of days, but change is coming as we head into this upcoming weekend. That's going to be the remnants of Nicole moving into our area. As you rise and shine, grab a cup of Joe, hang out with us here, and get some breakfast going. Numbers in the lower 40s for the next couple of hours. Sun doesn't come up until 6:43 and goes to bed at 4:57 as those daylight hours continue to shrink. So Romo Seltzer Tower at 44 by 8 a.m. downtown. Numbers here by noontime, mid to upper 50s. Not bad for lunch outdoors, just a little bit of that fall chill that is in the air. And by the time we get to the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, right about 60 for our afternoon high. That's actually right about average for this time of year as we are now into early November. A lot of us will be in the mid to upper 50s here across northern and central Maryland, 59 in Chestertown, 60 in Stevensville, 57 in Annapolis, and 56 in Columbia. Up and down the 95 corridor, we'll see those numbers in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Notice on the left side of your screen, Columbus, Ohio, and Charleston, West Virginia, close to 70 today. So we're going to get back into some of those warmer numbers starting tomorrow. You can actually see that on our temperature tracker. So upper 60s return into Thursday and Friday and even through Saturday with that rain. But look what happens. Those numbers fall off pretty significantly starting on Sunday, and that's going to last through the middle of next week with below average temperatures coming. We're still tracking Nicole, which is still a tropical storm, and this is off the coast of the east coast of Florida. This is going to be near the Bahamas and making a run here potentially as a Category 1 hurricane later this afternoon before it moves in and makes landfall sometime early tomorrow morning north of West Palm Beach. That's the current track. Then it makes a big right turn, goes up through Georgia and the Carolinas, and now the latest track actually has the center of this storm just to the west of Baltimore, but that's still going to bring a lot of rain to our area for the weekend. You can see that here in our future scan. So a few clouds around later today. As we head into Thursday, numbers will warm up with our temperatures, and same thing on Friday. Even with the cloud cover, we're going to get close to 70 degrees. Here comes the rain, though. Most of the rain's going to be on on Friday afternoon into the evening time. There's the area of low pressure right there, sliding to the north and to the west of us through late Friday night into Saturday. That's going to be the heaviest rain that will be falling. And by the time we get to Saturday, possibly by the afternoon, we'll see some clearing and that storm will be moving out of here. Overall, your holiday countdown, just 2 days from Veterans Day. We're just 2 weeks and a day from Thanksgiving, 40 days from Hanukkah. And if you really want winter, well, you only got 6 weeks left until the winter solstice. Here's that 7-day forecast for today. 60 degrees, upper 60s tomorrow and warmer. And that rain moves in on Friday into early Saturday. Much colder conditions as we wrap up the weekend and head toward next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. Looking great. Still in the green out there this morning. Great time to get up and start your day. Let's get a check on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Metro Subway Link, you'll find single tracking once again today, and that's between the Reisterstown Road Plaza and Mondawmin stations due to maintenance ongoing. You will incur delays as a result, so do allow extra time. Expected to be about 5 to 10 minutes late, and you should allow time there. Also, due to the station closure, if that affects you, the Upton station still closed due to flooding, and you'll find shuttle buses out there in both directions on that particular situation at that station. Allow time for travel overall. Out there on Light Rail Link, good to go for the commute start. No delays or issues. And on Mark train 401 on the Penn line, operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of Mark look good for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
I'm Autrell Nashar in Washington, and coming up, I'm talking to Bank of America's chief U.S. economist about how the economy is weighing on voters and what a power shift in Congress could mean for a potential recession.
Plus, credit card bills are skyrocketing, the age groups in the most debt. It is 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:55 just about, and topping your consumer news this morning. The economy is polling as the top issue for voters in these midterms. The balance of power in Washington is almost certain to play a role in how the country gets through this moment of high inflation and a potential recession. And that's why banks and business leaders are also watching returns closely. National correspondent Atra El-Nashar, she spoke with Bank of America's chief U.S. economist about his outlook.
Voters in these midterms know the stakes are high.
Every vote counts.
Many see the future of the economy and their personal financial situation hanging in the balance, especially inflation. Bank of America's Michael Gapin says of items people can't live without, like food and gas.
We see their price rises frequently, and I think they have an outsized influence on consumer attitudes.
On a local level, the cost of housing also pushing people to the polls.
And who can afford $2,000, $3,000 a month rent?
This kind of economic frustration compounding the historical disadvantage Democrats already face as the president's party almost always loses seats in midterms.
Historically, dissatisfaction about the state of the economy has been one of the primary reasons you've seen, voters switch parties.
Heading into Election Day, Republicans were strongly favored to win the House, with a dead heat between the parties for control of the Senate. A divided Washington's often associated with gridlock, but Gapin tells me markets may see it differently, at least at first.
It's not saying that, the markets will react favorably if Republicans take control. I think the outcome would be, divided government probably means status quo, no big changes, and so fewer risks to what we're thinking.
Markets love certainty, and one thing that's anything but is whether the economy will enter a recession and how bad it will be. Gapin predicting a recession in the first half of 2023.
Most of us in the professional forecasting world think that if there is a downturn, it's likely to be mild. At least mild by historical standards.
He says that's a scenario in bipartisan cooperation on major fiscal policy.
The bill is passed.
Like what Congress rolled out in the early days of the pandemic, likely would not be necessary. At this point, it's all conjecture. Anything could happen to tip the scales of the economy and the balance of power in Congress. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra El-Nashar reporting.
In other consumer news, reliance on credit cards in consumers' wallets has hit record levels during inflation. A TransUnion quarterly credit report says bank card balances hit a whopping $866 billion during the third quarter. The report says bank card balances rose 19% in the quarter from over a year ago. Balances for Generation Z cardholders jumped 72%, and millennials' balances rose 32%. TransUnion says despite high balances, credit card use will grow if the economy is good. Crushing inflation and the upcoming holiday spending has more Americans turning to second jobs for extra income. Labor Department data showing a 6% increase in workers adding part-time jobs to their regular employment in October. A survey by jobsitemonster.com last month also says 3/4 of workers say they need additional work because of inflation. Another survey says many Gen Zers and even millennials have pursued or are considering gig work. Staffing firm Kelly Services says 1 in 30 white-collar workers are also looking for side hustles. Tesla is recalling 2 models of cars for problems related to its steering systems. The electric car maker is recalling about 40,000 of its vehicles from among Model S and Model X versions. The model years involve 2017 through 2021. The vehicles could experience a loss of power steering assist when driving on rough roads or even hitting potholes. Tesla says more than 97% of the recalled vehicles have installed an update that has addressed that recall issue.
Voters approved Question K on the ballot, which means some city leaders will soon have term limits. Coming up, how that will impact city government.
The race for Anne Arundel County Executive is not over yet, as mail-in ballots still need to be counted. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest results, plus hear from the candidates.
Chillier temperatures as we step into our Wednesday. We're going to break down what we can expect with this weekend forecast and how much rain we're looking at.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, November 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a cold start to your morning when you step outside.
Even though I heard Justin yesterday, I was shocked this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, just the cold hit me.
Yeah, absolutely. 30s and 40s is what we're waking up to, guys. Good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone. Appreciate you being here with us live and local on the day after Election Day. Looking outside right now, overall, not too bad. It is clear, but it is cold, so you'll want to have that extra layer on. Look at those 30s right now for Westminster and Cockeysville, 36 in Elkton, 40 in Chestertown, still at 49 in Annapolis, and we're at 44 in Baltimore City. So overall, your morning drive next couple of hours, Mr. Bo says, get that heater going, possibly even the defroster with numbers in the lower 40s here for the next couple of hours. But dry conditions today should top out right about 60, just a smidge cooler than yesterday, but this is actually close to where we typically are for this time of year. Got some changes ahead with the rain and the temperatures that will warm back up. We'll talk about all that coming up.
5 o'clock now. Election Day has officially come to an end, and Fox 45 News continues to cover the big races all across Maryland, including questions that you may have seen on your ballot.
And we're seeing some major upsets across the state and country as some new faces will be coming into office.
We have extensive live team coverage all morning long to keep you up to date with the latest results.
Now, in just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will join us from the Live Center with where control of Congress now stands.
Olivia Dance is diving into the close race for the Anne Arundel County executive position.
Shannon Lilly is looking into Question K, the plan for term limits for Baltimore City leaders.
But we begin with Mackenzie Frost this morning and a race impacting the whole state, the governor's race. Democrat Wes Moore will be the next governor of Maryland, making history in the state.
Mackenzie is showing us what the incoming governor is outlining for his administration.
It was a night of first in Maryland as Democrats dominated the top of the ticket. Wes Moore will become the governor-elect, serving as the first black chief executive in the state after he bested former President Donald Trump's backed candidate, Dan Cox. Minutes after Maryland's polls closed, the hotel ballroom bursting with applause as Wes Moore becomes Maryland's first black governor.
This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland.
The Democrat stepping into the spotlight after never holding public office, making his top priorities known as votes rack up.
We will work with police and communities to ensure public safety. And we will make sure that we are keeping these illegal guns and these violent offenders off of our streets.
The promise of getting crime under control comes as Baltimore continues to grapple with a crime crisis. And the issue top of mind for voters, especially in communities reminded of gun violence almost daily. How Moore will make his crime priority a reality will no doubt be closely watched. Meanwhile, in Annapolis, the energy isn't quite as high as Republican Dan Cox.
We're at a point where it's not looking good.
Refuses to concede the race.
A very possible situation with the votes that still need to be counted, that if we pull off about 60 to 65% of those, that we can still pull this race.
Back in Baltimore and tapping into his military roots.
Leave no one behind is not just a slogan. It is a value statement. And it is a value that will guide me as your next governor.
With more governor-elect, Maryland state government will be led by Democrats in every seat. Current Governor Larry Hogan not wasting any time on election night. I'm told he called to congratulate Wes Moore around 8:15, saying that he looks forward to a smooth transition and says he will be meeting with Moore in the coming days. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
In Baltimore City, Baltimore residents voted in favor of Question K, term limits for elected officials.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Hall this morning with what this will mean for those in office and for the city. Shannon.
Well, in a lot of ways, Tom, this is going to change the way the city is run and who we see right here at City Hall. Now that Question K has passed, beginning in 2024, the mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and city council members are all going to be limited to just 2 terms. And take a look. This is what the vast majority of you voted in favor of this election, with more than 70% saying yes to Question K. Now, under the measure, officials are not only limited to 2 terms, but they also cannot hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. But remember, this only applies to city officials, and it does not limit politicians from running for a different office in the city after reaching the limit on their previous position. Well, political analyst John Deedy weighed in after the measure passed last night on how this is going to impact city government. Take a listen.
So I think you're going to have government speeded up a little bit. There's going to be a stronger sense of urgency. I've got to get something done.
Well, Deedy also says the measure will give voters more choices and the opportunity to select candidates who couldn't run before. But the ballot measure did come under heavy criticism from Democratic officials who say it will limit voter choice and devalue expertise. Meanwhile, City Council has already anticipated the passing of Question K, so City Council President Nick Mosby has already developed a bill that would change council members' pension eligibility from 12 years to 8 years. That bill, though, awaits a final vote. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
We feel good about continuing on for the next 4 years.
I feel really good about it.
Well, now to a close race where the ballots are still being counted, the fight for Anne Arundel County Executive.
And as you just heard, both candidates feeling confident, but that race is far from over. Olivia Dance joins us with the latest on the competitive race. Olivia.
Well, good morning. And right now, incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman is trailing behind Republican Jessica Hare, but the race isn't over yet as there's still more votes to be counted. Now, if you take a closer look at your screen here, you can see that Hare currently has about 54% of the vote, while Pittman has 46%, but mail-in ballots still need to be counted.
We know coming in that the party affiliation of the people who voted early and mail-in, because that's publicly reported. And so if people do vote along party lines, we're in very good shape. We're comfortably in the lead coming into today, and we hope to hold that lead.
Counting mail-in ballots won't begin until Thursday, so this race likely won't be called until next week. And as you just heard, Pittman feels confident the mail-in ballots will be in his favor, but Hare is also feeling confident.
We're just going to wait for every vote to be counted, and we're excited to see it.
This race has been hotly contested with a lot of money poured into political ads that were often negative. The candidates, though, say their focus is on the local issues.
When you're running as a challenger, you criticize everything and you try to instill fear of crime and things. And these are serious issues where our community is coming together to solve them. And what I've seen is that we waited and we spent our money towards the end, so we're surging. We were right there after the first touchdown in the Ravens game with a very positive ad, and we've run our campaign in a positive way. And
so Mr. Pittman really can't run on his own record, so he's just kind of thrown as much mud as he possibly can at me. And we have stayed focused relentlessly on local issues and being proactive about solving these local issues hand in hand with the community. So I feel really good about our message.
And again, this race likely won't be called until next week, but of course we'll be keeping a close eye on it. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, early edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Coming up after the break, we continue your Vote 2022 coverage and the changes of power that could be coming to Congress.
Temperatures are colder this morning statewide. We'll be taking a look at what we can expect for the week ahead and that upcoming weekend as well. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Welcome back. Taking a look at our weather headlines for today. We've got mostly clear conditions right now. 44 is your temperature, on our way to a high of about 60. So a colder morning will lead to temperatures that stay cooler for today. We're also tracking the rain from the tropical system Nicole. That'll be here as we head into Veterans Day weekend. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Police releasing footage from a deadly police shooting in Baltimore. Well, Commissioner Michael Harrison is sharing about the incident.
The Squeegee Collaborative results will soon be released. What we can expect to come out of tomorrow's announcement. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In a city in crisis, Baltimore police now releasing video after an officer shot and killed a Baltimore man they say was attacking a woman over the weekend. And a warning, the video you're about to see may be disturbing.
Get down! Single 13, get down! Get down!
Now, the Office of Attorney General has identified Officer Zachary Rutherford as the one who fired and killed 46-year-old Tyree Moorhead Sunday afternoon. Police say body camera footage from Rutherford and another officer shows them arriving on the scene to find Moorhead holding a knife to the neck of a woman. They say Rutherford ordered Moorhead to drop the knife. He did not. Rutherford then shot him multiple times, killing him. Both officers have been assigned to administrative duties as the Office of Attorney General continues its investigation.
Baltimore City Police are still searching for the person who shot a 13-year-old girl on Monday night, leaving her in critical condition. It happened on East Fayette Street near Caroline Street. Police say when they arrived, they found the 13-year-old girl shot. A bullet hit her in her head. She was taken to a nearby hospital where her condition was described as grave. According to police, the suspect opened fire on people surrounding a car in a parking lot. Investigators are reviewing surveillance footage, and no suspect information has been released.
About 100 protesters gathering outside of a Baltimore Highlands bar, calling for justice for a man who was killed last week by a security guard.
Police say the unidentified security guard claimed that 35-year-old Kevin Torres threw a brick at him, causing him to fire his weapon. This happening at the Christie Bar on East Lombard Street. Protesters say Torres was president of the Villanueva soccer team, and they were celebrating a win the night that he was killed. This was the third incident in recent weeks involving a private security guard shooting someone in Baltimore.
An update now on the squeegee crisis. Sources are telling Fox 45 News the full report from the Squeegee Collaborative will be released tomorrow. Those unnamed sources are also telling us that it could include a code of conduct, and the squeegee kids will be assigned specific areas. There may also be a guaranteed income program available to squeegee kids who stay out of the intersections.
Turning now to counties under pressure. New details on a deadly stabbing in Owings Mills Monday night. It happened along Reisterstown Road, not far from Stevenson University. Police have arrested 29-year-old Julian Funderburk for allegedly stabbing and killing 39-year-old Jerry Lewis. Funderburk is charged with first-degree murder and is being held without bond.
Well, 5:17 is the time now on this Wednesday morning, and woo, get an extra layer going.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here to talk about those dropping temperatures.
30s and 40s right now, guys. And look, it's going to get even colder by the time we get into Sunday and Monday of next week. And we've got an extended cold period as well. So we'll talk about these numbers here. Let's show you what's going on with our live cam here in Towson right now. The blinking lights are all looking good. The sun doesn't come up until after about 6:30 or so. Check out some of these 30s we're talking about. Eldersburg, Woodlawn at 39, 39 in Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, Essex, Middle River in the upper 30s, mid-40s in Dundalk over to Baltimore City and down through Brooklyn Park, 41 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Some of us seeing about the 7 to 10 degrees cooler than where we were yesterday, even 12 degrees colder this morning in Glen Burnie than where you woke up yesterday morning at this time. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, yeah, definitely make sure to get the jacket on, maybe gloves if you'd like, but overall lower 40s here through 7 a.m. Upper 50s into the noon hour, and we're going to top out right about 60 as we head toward the afternoon. So overall, just a little bit cooler than yesterday, less wind than what we saw yesterday, so that will be good for golfers. On our forecast, we'll be in the upper 40s through 9 a.m. and mid to upper 50s through lunchtime. Again, mainly sunny skies today with not as much wind. Checking your temperatures in York County and Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid-50s for Westminster and Eldersburg today. Reisterstown over to 55, 57 in Towson, close to 60 in Dundalk for this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're going to see those mid to upper 50s as well for Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Odenton. Keeping the 50s going for Glen Burnie and Pasadena down through Annapolis. And Eastern Shore, also upper 50s. Some of the warmer spots in Chester down through Easton and all the way down through Cambridge as well, with 59 your high today in Centerville. So taking a look at what's going on with the tropical storm Nicole. This is the system that is currently 70-mile-an-hour winds. Those are the sustained winds. It's just north of the Bahamas, but you can see it's already bringing some of the wind and rain to parts of the east coast of Florida. Currently 70-mile-an-hour winds with an 85-mile-an-hour wind gust. This storm expected to become a hurricane later today, potentially 75 to 80-mile-an-hour sustained winds before it makes landfall north of West Palm Beach early Thursday morning. Now, the latest track takes us all the way across the state of Florida, back over to Tampa, and then moving up into the Florida Panhandle. This will track in through Georgia and the Carolinas, and by early Saturday morning, we will see the effects here, or the center of this area of low pressure just to the west of Baltimore. So that's when we're going to see the rain coming in on Veterans Day. Let's track that here on our future scan. So we're dry today and for the most part tomorrow. We are going to see those temperatures warm back up into Thursday and even Friday afternoon ahead of our next weather maker. But here it comes. You can see the remnants from Nicole right there into Friday afternoon, late Friday into early Saturday. That's going to be kind of the time frame of the heaviest rain and that wind that goes through the area by the time we get into Saturday morning. But by Saturday afternoon, we do expect some drier conditions, and then those much colder temperatures are what we're looking at into Sunday. All right, here's that 7-day forecast, guys. 60 today, upper 60s into Thursday and Friday, even mid-60s on Saturday before those temperatures drop off. Only 51 for our high Sunday, with overnight lows in the 30s and 40s, and keeping those cold temperatures into the early part of next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. 521, let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network cameras here. And you can see traffic's moving along just fine. No issues to report around the Baltimore region. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Wednesday, Mark.
Happy Wednesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 841 and Brunswick train 870, both running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link on time. No delays or issues there to contend with. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, a different story, dealing with single tracking, and that's between Reisterstown Road Plaza Station and Mondawmin, and that's due to maintenance. As a result, you'll incur a delay of about 5 to 10 minutes in your travels on Metro Subway Link. And the Upton station remains closed due to flooding. Shuttle buses are in place to and from Upton. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
An independent board will now oversee our independent inspector general. That is what you voted for in this election. Coming up, how this change will give more power back to the people.
.525 now. Control of the Senate is still in the balance.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the key races that we are watching right now. Megan.
It's getting exciting, guys. Going into the midterm election, we had 35 seats right there. You see them indicated in white that were up for grabs. That is enough to swing the balance of power either way. So here we are at 5:25 in the morning. This was just updated at 5:24. And look how close we are. We are 48 to 48, Democrats, Republican here. This can go either way. Still waiting on a few states, obviously, from the Associated Press. But here's what we can tell you right now. Let's go to Pennsylvania, where early this morning, the hotly contested Senate race was decided. Democrat John Fetterman winning over his Republican challenger, Dr. Mehmet Oz. And this is a huge flip for Democrats as they fight to hold control of the Senate. But in Ohio, the highly coveted Senate seat there, that's going to Republicans. J.D. Vance beating out Congressman Tim Ryan. Meantime, all eyes now on Georgia's Senate race. Still too close to call. Right now, Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker, they are deadlocked. And remember, guys, Georgia requires that 50% of the votes or more for a statewide office. So if that doesn't happen, this race will likely head to a runoff in December. And that race, guys, it is crucial. It could end up determining which party actually holds power of the Senate here. A party must reach 51 seats. You see, we're at 50 right there. They've got to get 51 in order to secure the majority. A split of 50-50, that puts Democrats in control with Vice President Kamala Harris as the tie-breaking vote. We're going to keep you posted as these results continue coming in here this morning.
Several county executive races aren't over yet as mail-in ballots still need to be counted. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a look at some of the closest races.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We had one mission, and Maryland, you showed tonight that if we stand divided, we cannot win. But if we stand united, we cannot lose.
The state of Maryland now under a one-party rule as Democrat Wes Moore will be the next governor. We continue our live coverage all morning long on the state and national levels. Welcome back on this Wednesday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a cold start to your Wednesday morning. In fact, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at a forecast.
Yeah, temperatures are definitely cooler this morning, guys. We're talking about 30s and 40s that we're waking up to. A couple of mornings ago, we were waking up in the 60s. Really pretty shot here with the Charm City tanks all lit up and looking good about an hour before the sun officially comes up. A colder morning, and temperatures are going to stay cooler today, even though we've got mostly sunny skies. However, we're tracking rain from Nicole. That is the tropical storm that could become a hurricane shortly, and will be bringing rain to our area as we head into the weekend. Morning commute looks like this: lower 40s over the next couple of hours, so definitely want to get the defrosters on and the seat warmers if you got them. 64 today, upper 60s tomorrow, and even close to 70 on Friday, even despite the fact that we'll have the rain. Those numbers are going right back up. Breaking down what we can expect for that full Veterans Day weekend in just a few.
5:31 now. As results continue to come in from the election, voters are approving another notable ballot measure.
Now, Question I creates more independence for the city's government watchdog. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Hall with why this is crucial for the city. Shannon.
Well, Question I, Tom, takes power away from city council members and the city council president, and it gives it right back to the people. In fact, take a look. Voters overwhelmingly approved this in the election yesterday. They want an independent board that's overseeing our independent inspector general. And this is absolutely critical because as it stands right now, the panel consists of multiple City Hall elected officials who could ultimately be the subject of an investigation by the inspector general.
Now, if Isabel Cumming or the IG is investigating someone, and maybe it's Nick Mosby, maybe it's someone else in the city council or an elected official, huge conflict of interest to have them. And we have seen this play out in real time the last year and a half, where they have questioned her and gone deep into questions they shouldn't be asking her.
Well, now that Question I is approved, 7 citizens, people in the community, are now going to be on this new advisory board. Tom, Patrice.
Well, Shannon, when can we expect, though, the new people to be on this new board?
Well, very soon, Tom. In fact, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance says he expects those applications may open as early as noon today on the OIG website. So if that is something that you're interested in, definitely check that out. We also know from Isabel Cumming herself that the goal is to have this advisory board seated in January. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Baltimore City residents also voting in favor of Question H. This involves whether to bring the Baltimore City Police Department back under local control. The Baltimore Police Department has functioned as a state agency for more than a century, meaning City Hall has not had the authority to fully regulate the Baltimore Police Department. They must seek approval from the Maryland General Assembly when it comes to policy changes.
Well, turning now to races for county executive, there are several that are still too close as the ballots are not all counted yet, while others have already been called.
Olivia Dance joins us live from Baltimore County with the latest in some of these races. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And here in Baltimore County, there are still mail-in ballots that need to be counted. But incumbent Democrat Johnny Olszewski has enough of a lead that he has been declared the winner. Olszewski will begin his second term as Baltimore County executive. And on election night, he led Republican challenger Pat McDonough by nearly 20 points. And he's already looking towards the future.
We continue to deliver on our promises from 4 years ago, literally and figuratively building a better Baltimore County.
He focused his campaign on strengthening public schools, while his opponent centered around crime and safety in schools. Another big race, though, is the one for Howard County Executive, where a winner has not been declared yet. Incumbent Democrat Calvin Ball is still holding his lead on his position against Republican Alan Kittleman.
We have 16,500 mail-in ballots that will not be counted until Thursday. So and there may be more than that. And so it seems to me, unless one of us has either won by a large amount, that it's probably more important for us to respect the voters and give them an opportunity to have their votes counted before we make any decisions.
Kittleman saying he wants to wait until all results are counted, while Ball feels as if he's already won.
So excited that our record won, that our community won. Actually called when I was on the way in. He said he wanted to wait until all of the votes were counted, but he could see the way that this is going.
And we are expecting to get more results from Howard County either this morning or later today. And of course, we'll bring you those updated results as we get them. Back to you.
Olivia, Kittleman is saying that he wants to wait for all the votes to be counted, but he is down by several points. Did he speak at all about if he will accept the results?
Yeah, Patrice, a great question. And he spoke with Fox 45 News last night, and he said he will respect a voter's decision. But again, he does want to wait for all the votes to be counted before he concedes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Another county we are following, Harford County. 2 new candidates ran for executive since outgoing executive Republican Barry Glassman did not run for re-election. Instead, he ran for state comptroller. Republican Bob Castley has the edge over Democrat Blaine Miller. Well, turning now to the statewide ballot question on legalizing marijuana.
And it looks like we have a decision. Megan Gillen at our live center with the results coming in. Megan.
Yeah, take a look, guys. Marylanders overwhelmingly voting to legalize recreational marijuana, 65.5% to 34.5%. And this is for simple possession, guys, for adults over the age of 21. What this means is starting July 1st, possession of up to 1.5 ounces of recreational marijuana, again, if you're 21 and older, will be legal. It also expunges past simple marijuana convictions if that was the only charge in the case. Again, question number 4, for it, overwhelmingly the majority here in Maryland, and they're joining neighboring D.C. and Virginia in doing so. This was expected to pass. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. All eyes now on the city school board this midterms election. Coming up, who's in the lead of the 4 as of right now?
Plus, another cold morning ahead. Our Weather Authority team letting us know if we warm up at all this afternoon. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local all morning.
Welcome back. 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. Happy hump day, everybody. Overall, not too bad outside, just obviously a little bit colder. If you haven't stepped out and you're just watching us this morning in bed on the iPad or maybe on your phone, yeah, it is cold. There's no doubt about that. 30s and 40s, but we will see a mild afternoon and less wind for today. Plenty of sunshine is on the way as well. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Maybe just grab an extra layer or long sleeves if you're going to be running today. Temperatures in the lower 40s in the next couple of hours. And back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Justin. 5:40. And returning now to your Vote 2022 coverage in the race for Baltimore City State's Attorney, Democrat Ivan Bates ran unopposed.
He beat incumbent State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby in the primary back in July.
Now, Bates gave a victory speech, though, last night.
I have a big job, and I can't do it alone. We have to do it together. In the same way you've been honest and open and truthful with me, I need that. I need your prayers. And I do recognize the city has some major problems and issues. And the city's now trusted me to help be a part of the solution. There's no doubt in my mind that we can work together and solve a number of things. But it's going to take a while. It's not an overnight fix.
Well, we have our eye on the city school board election as well. This is the first time elected members will sit on the Baltimore City School Board of Commissioners. The election is nonpartisan, sending the top two candidates who win to the board. Right now, we have Ashley Esposito with 29%, Kwame Kenyatta Bay with 27% of the votes.
Well, when it comes to the Baltimore City delegation in Annapolis, many races are uncontested, but few incumbents are facing challengers. In District 43, incumbent Democrat Mary Washington is facing Libertarian Bob Jamel, and right now she has a substantial lead, as you see there, 90%. In District 46, Democrat State Senate President Bill Ferguson facing Republican Emmanuel Digman. Ferguson currently has a large lead in that race, 83%.
And after waiting to see if you'll become a billionaire, the jackpot has found its winner. Where the lucky winner bought their ticket and what caused the delay in the first place.
And Marylanders are in the giving spirit, where our state ranks among those who donated to charities. 5:42 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, 5:45 on this Wednesday morning, we're looking ahead to the holiday season this morning. Krispy Kreme just releasing a treat you may not be able to resist.
It sounds really good. The chain is selling its new mini donuts featuring 16 tiny pie flavors inspired by Thanksgiving. That got a whoa out of Justin. The mini box also comes with some mini glazed original donuts. Fans who want to get their hands on the treats can buy them at Krispy Kreme locations nationwide, but for a limited time. A bright spot for you this morning. Marylanders appear to be in a giving spirit. Maryland ranked first in the country in percent of the population who donated to charities. That's according to a recent Wallet Hub survey. The state also ranked 5th in income percentage donated and 4th in volunteer hours per capita. Very nice.
Well, sadly, your dreams of being an instant billionaire may be over for now.
A California ticket, a single California ticket, matched the correct numbers for the $2 billion jackpot in yesterday morning's drawing. It was delayed overnight due to technical and security issues. At least someone in Maryland, though, is getting a big check. A $1 million ticket was sold in Catonsville. So congrats to that person.
Yeah. Oh,
but
yeah,
one person for the
billion.
Yeah, we were thinking, that's got to go to several people, several tickets. One person has to figure out what to do with the $1 billion now.
It's tough. Somebody's got to do it, though. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's been giving us his opinion on those numbers, too, billionaires. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, you meteorologists get paid a lot anyway, so you kind of feel the same way that they do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're millionaires for sure. You know what? I have 3 out of the last 4 drawings. We've hit the Powerball number. So we get our little $4, but we did the multiplier and we did the power play. So $8. So that's exciting.
That's what happens when you have meteorologist money. You can play the multiplier.
Yeah, throw another $1 in
Absolutely.
there.
Yeah, that's how we roll. We don't mess around. We just get that paper out there. Let's take a look outside right now. Speaking of meteorologists, if the other one's out on his boat this morning, well, it is going to be chilly or cold for that matter right there over the Inner Harbor. We've got the lights all lit up here, and it looks nice, but it is definitely cold. A see your breath type morning for sure. Just stepped outside a moment ago. 44 your current temperature, but here's the good news. Saw a guy around the corner. So we live in a neighborhood here up there in TV Hill. The guy was doing this. He was like, he was getting his stretch on, like he was getting ready for a run. And I was like, yeah, buddy, go get it. People like to run in the cold. It feels good. It's refreshing, right? 29 your temperature in Cumberland, 37 in Hagerstown, 39 in Westminster. Statewide, we're in the 30s and 40s. The farther south you go, it's a little bit warmer down toward the southern end of the Chesapeake and the eastern shore. But even Chestertown, you're in at 38 this hour. Lower 40s over the next few hours as you grab that cup of coffee and get energized for the day. Sun comes up at 6:43, so just about an hour away from right now. The sun goes to bed tonight at 4:57. All right, so 8 o'clock this morning, we'll be in the mid-40s. If you do want to do lunch outdoors, really not a bad day. A little fall chill in the air, but 57 your temp there by noon. And into the lower 60s, into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for our highs today. And across the state here, mid to upper 50s and lower 60s. So those numbers will be just a little bit cooler than yesterday. Now, tomorrow and Friday, we do see those numbers bump up a little bit above average. And even Saturday looking good despite the rain. Numbers will come down significantly into Sunday and Monday of next week. Well below average temperatures are coming. This is Tropical Storm Nicole. No joke. This is more than likely going to become a hurricane later today. Currently 70-mile-an-hour winds north of the Bahamas. Could become a hurricane by about 1 o'clock today and make landfall on the east coast of Florida by the time we head into early Thursday morning. And then it's going to make a right turn and actually head into our area, still potentially packing some strong wind as well as some rain. Now, the impact is not as great as it looked yesterday because it's a little bit farther to the west, but either way, we're going to keep our eye on that with our Weather Authority team. Veterans Day will be a little bit wet, however, as we head into the weekend, and then as I said, much colder on the second half of the weekend into next week. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking a look now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and our drive times at this early hour. We are in the green across the board. Here's Mark Jones with a look at MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find PAN train 407 and Camden train 843, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of BART look good for travel. Light Rail Link right on time in both directions of that service, but Metro Subway Link operating with a 5 to 10-minute delay. That's mainly due to single tracking maintenance out there between the Reisterstown Plaza and Mondawmin stations. Certainly allow time for travel. Out there on Metro Subway Link, the Upton station remains closed due to flooding, and you'll find shuttle buses in place there to and from Upton. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
This election cycle marked the most legal cases brought before Election Day. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
.554, making headlines this morning. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is opening up about the recent attack on her husband, Paul Pelosi, at their home in San Francisco.
And during an interview with CNN, Pelosi said that she got the news that her husband had been attacked when Capitol Police knocked on her door in Washington, D.C. Speaker says she had just arrived in D.C. from San Francisco the night before. Pelosi says if the Democrats lose the House, she may retire from Congress.
Well, I have to say my decision will be affected about what happened the last week or two.
Will your decision be impacted by the attack in any way?
Yes.
Pelosi says she's optimistic about Democrats' chances in the midterm elections. Now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Many voters encountered Department of Justice officials as they cast their ballots on Election Day.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from Capitol Hill with more on the DOJ ramping up their presence at the polls.
The Department of Justice expanding their visibility this Election Day.
while the DOJ routinely monitors some precincts to ensure safe and fair voting access. Tuesday's deployment to 64 jurisdictions marks the largest presence in years. The move comes as lawsuits over voting practices pile up in competitive states.
Over the past 2 decades, spending on legal expenses has increased from $5 million to $66 million in elections.
As of late last week, campaigns and outside groups submitted 120 lawsuits across the country, nearly double the amount of cases filed before the 2020 election.
You're seeing 2 kinds of lawsuits filed. Most of the lawsuits that are being filed by Democrats are to change the existing rules. Most of the lawsuits filed by Republican candidates and parties are to ensure that, in fact, the laws and rules as they exist are followed.
In Pennsylvania, for example, Republicans want strict enforcement of the dates on mail-in ballots, Democrats calling such enforcement a violation of the Civil Rights Act. In Georgia, Democrats are asking the court to extend the voting deadline because 1,000 absentee ballots were not sent out in a timely manner.
You got to recognize the politics with mail-in ballots. They're overwhelmingly Democratic. Really, both sides want an electorate that favors them, and Democrats are going to push hard for the inclusion of vote by mail ballots, and Republicans are going to push against that.
Some predict these current legal cases are but a dress rehearsal of the battles to come in 2024. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
5:57 now, and Americans submitted more ballots ahead of Election Day than they did before the last midterm election. Data from the United States Elections Project shows early voting and vote-by-mail turnout has exceeded 42 million. That's more than 39 million cast early votes in 2018. Democrats generally making up a higher percentage of early voters. Experts attribute that to the 2020 fraudulent election conspiracy spurred calls by the GOP for voters to vote in person. In 2018, Democrats making up 41% of early votes versus 35% of Republicans. This year, the gap's even bigger, nearly 43% Democrat to 34% Republican.
Thousands of mail-in ballots are invalid in Pennsylvania because the dates were missing or incorrectly written. Now Democrats are filing a federal lawsuit. Last week, the state's Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Republican National Committee, which argued state law requires the date on a return envelope in order for it to be counted. The issue is crucial in Pennsylvania, a key swing state. John Fetterman's campaign, along with other Democrats, filed the federal suit, arguing that the date instruction imposes unnecessary hurdles for voters.
So tonight, we celebrate. But tomorrow, we get to work. Thank you, Maryland.
Democrat Wes Moore will be the next governor of Maryland, making history in the state. We take a closer look at the other big races also making history.
The race for Anne Arundel County Executive is not over yet, as mail-in ballots still need to be counted. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest results, plus hear from the candidates.
Voters approved Question K on the ballot, which means term limits for some city leaders will now be a thing. Coming up, how that will impact city government.
Sliding into a brand new day and temperatures that are colder, we are going to be talking about numbers that go back up and then go back down. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, November 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. All right. Justin was saying earlier, get out for a jog. He saw somebody getting stretched out, warmed up. Woo, no sweat on this Wednesday, right?
Let's get over to him and see what they're going to be facing. Hopefully they're bundled.
Definitely right, guys. Good morning to both of you. In extra layers, what you'll need out for that run or the jog. Even if you're just getting the paper at the end of the driveway, cinch up that robe for sure. Not only for the warmth, but also to, not offend your neighbors. But looking out over the Inner Harbor, we've got nice clear skies this morning, and you can see those temperatures on the right side of your screen. A lot of 30s and 40s here this morning. In fact, 36 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley down to Towson, over to Lutherville and to Timonium, 38 Essex and Middle River. You're at 41 in Glen Burnie, 38 in Woodlawn. So those are the temperatures we're starting off with. Temperatures are going to stay a bit cooler today. And then as we head toward the weekend, we're tracking the rain from Nicole. That is going to bring us the wet weather and the wind that will pick up. Morning drive, mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. So again, you'll probably need the heaters on and possibly the bun warmers if you got them. 60 today, will drop to the 40s tonight, not as cold, and then upper 60s tomorrow. So we rebound nicely. We're back with that full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you guys.
6 o'clock now. Election day has officially come to an end, and Fox 45 News continues to cover the big races all across Maryland, including questions that you may have seen on your ballot.
Yeah, we're seeing some upsets all across the country as some new faces will be coming into office.
We have extensive live team coverage all morning long to keep you up to date on the results.
Now, in just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will join us from the Live Center with where control of the Senate now stands.
Olivia Dance is diving into the close race for the Anne Arundel County Executive.
And Shannon Lilly is looking into Question K, the plan for term limits for Baltimore City leaders.
But we begin with Mackenzie Frost this morning in a race impacting the whole state, the governor's race. Democrat Wes Moore will be the next governor of Maryland, making history in the state.
Mackenzie is showing us what the incoming governor is outlining for his administration.
It was a night of firsts in Maryland as Democrats dominated the top of the ticket. Wes Moore will become the governor-elect, serving as the first black chief executive in the state after he bested former President Donald Trump's backed candidate, Dan Cox. Minutes after Maryland's polls closed, the hotel ballroom bursting with applause as Wes Moore becomes Maryland's first black governor.
This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland.
The Democrat stepping into the spotlight after never holding public office, making his top priorities known as votes rack up.
We will work with police and communities to ensure public safety. And we will make sure that we are keeping these illegal guns and these violent offenders off of our streets.
The promise of getting crime under control comes as Baltimore continues to grapple with a crime crisis. And the issue top of mind for voters, especially in communities reminded of gun violence almost daily. How Moore will make his crime priority a reality will no doubt be closely watched. Meanwhile, in Annapolis, the energy isn't quite as high as Republican Dan Cox.
We're at a point where it's not looking good.
Refuses to concede the race.
A very possible situation with the votes that still need to be counted, that if we pull off about 60 to 65% of those, that we can still pull this race.
Back in Baltimore and tapping into his military roots.
Leave no one behind is not just a slogan. It is a value statement. And it is a value that will guide me as your next governor.
With Moore governor-elect, Maryland state government will be led by Democrats in every seat. Current Governor Larry Hogan not wasting any time on election night. I'm told he called to congratulate Wes Moore around 8:15, saying that he looks forward to a smooth transition and says he will be meeting with Moore in the coming days. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
In Baltimore residents voting in favor of Question K, term limits for elected officials.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from right outside City Hall with what this will mean for those in office and for the city. Shannon.
Well, in a lot of ways, Tom, this is going to change the way the city is run and who we see right here at City Hall. In fact, beginning in 2024, now that Question K has passed, you can expect the mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and city council members to all be limited to just 2 terms. And take a look right here. This is something that voters overwhelmingly voted in favor of this election, with more than 70% saying yes to Question K. Now, under the measure, officials are not only limited to 2 terms, but they also cannot hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. But remember, this only applies to city officials, and it does not limit politicians from running for a different office in the city after reaching the limit on their previous position. Political analyst John Deedy weighing in after the measure passed last night, and he talks about how it'll impact city government. Take a listen.
So I think you're going to have government speed it up a little bit. There's going to be a stronger sense of urgency. I've got to get something done.
Well, Didi also says the measure will give voters more choices and the opportunity to select candidates who couldn't run before. But the ballot measure came under heavy criticism from Democratic officials who say it will limit voter choice and devalue expertise. Meanwhile, City Council has already anticipated the passing of Question K, and we know City Council President Nick Mosby has already developed a bill that would change council members' pension eligibility from 12 years to 8 years. That bill, though, awaits a final vote. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We feel good about continuing on for the next 4 years.
I feel really good about it.
Well, now to a close race where the ballots are still being counted for the fight for Anne Arundel County Executive.
As you just heard, both candidates feeling confident, but that race is far from over.
Olivia Danz joining us live right now this morning with the latest on this competitive race. Olivia?
Well, good morning. And right now, incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman is trailing behind Republican Jessica Hare, but the race isn't over yet because there's still more votes that need to be counted. Now, if you take a closer look at your screen here, you'll see that Hare currently has about 54% of the vote and Pittman has 46%, but mail-in ballots still need to be counted.
We know coming in that the party affiliation of the people who voted early and mail-in, because that's publicly reported. And so if people do vote along party lines, we're in very good shape. We're comfortably in the lead coming into today, and we hope to hold that lead.
Counting mail-in ballots won't begin until Thursday, so this race likely won't be called until next week. And as you just heard, Pittman feels confident the mail-in ballots will be in his favor, but Hare is also feeling confident.
We're just going to wait for every vote to be counted, and we're excited to see it.
This race has been hotly contested with a lot of money poured into political ads that were often negative. The candidates say their focus, though, is on the local issues.
When you're running as a challenger, you criticize everything and you try to instill fear of crime and things. And these are serious issues where our community is coming together to solve them. And what I've seen is that we waited and we spent our money towards the end, so we're surging. We were right there after the first touchdown in the Ravens game with a very positive ad, and we've run our campaign in a positive way. And
so Mr. Pittman really can't run on his own record, so he's just kind of thrown as much mud as he possibly can at me. And we have stayed focused relentlessly on local issues and being proactive about solving these local issues hand in hand with the community. So I feel really good about our message.
And again, this race likely won't be called until next week, but of course we will be keeping a close eye on it. Reporting live, I'm Olivia Danz, Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll look at the races for county executive in both Baltimore County and Howard County, who's declaring wins while others are waiting for more ballots to be counted.
Baltimore City voters passing Question I. Just ahead, what this means for the Office of Inspector General and how you can be part of the change.
And if you're questioning the weather, well, I've got the answers for you. We've got clear skies this morning. We've got some rain on the way, however, as we head into the weekend. Our Weather Authority forecast after the break. Stay with us. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Control of the Senate is still in the balance.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with key races that we're watching right now. Megan.
This is crazy. There were 35 seats up for grabs this midterm election, guys. That would be enough here to swing it. You can see they're indicated there in the clear, the white right there. Right now, wait till you see this here. As we take this down, we are neck and neck here. This just updated at 6:11 this morning, about 50 seconds ago. 48 Democrats, 48 Republicans. Still waiting on a few states, obviously, from the Associated Press. But here's what we know right now. Let's go to Pennsylvania, where early this morning, the hotly contested Senate race was decided. Democrat John Fetterman winning over his Republican challenger, Dr. Mehmet Oz. This is a huge flip for Democrats as they fight to hold control of the Senate. But in Ohio, the highly coveted Senate seat there, that's going to Republicans. J.D. Vance beating out Congressman Tim Ryan. Meantime, Georgia's Senate race still too close to call. Right now, Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker are deadlocked. And guys, remember, Georgia is one of those states that requires 50% of the votes or more for statewide office. So if that doesn't happen, if neither candidate gets 50%, this race will head to a runoff in December. Many saying that that is going to happen. And this race is crucial. It could end up determining which party actually holds the power in the Senate here, which way the balance of power shifts. Remember, a party needs to reach 51 seats in order to secure a majority. A split of 50-50 here from each, that would favor Democrats' control, with Vice President Kamala Harris as the tie-breaking vote. We're going to keep you posted as these results pouring in, but could be some time before we get official results. Patrice.
Fox 45 News' coverage of election results continues throughout this morning. Still ahead in our next hour, we sit down with the experts to go over the big changes and some of the surprises.
Baltimore City voters passing the decision to enact term limits for their city leaders. Changes that will now happen within City Hall. 6:13 the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.16 in a city in crisis. Baltimore police now releasing video after an officer shot and killed a Baltimore man that they say was attacking a woman over the weekend. A warning, this video may be disturbing.
Simple units! Get down! Single 13, get down! Get down!
Now, the Office of Attorney General has identified the officer Zachary Rutherford as the one who fired, killing 46-year-old Tyree Moorhead Sunday afternoon. Police say the body camera footage from Rutherford and another officer shows them arriving on the scene to find Moorhead holding a knife to the neck of a woman. They say Rutherford ordered Moorhead to drop the knife. He didn't, and Rutherford shot him multiple times, killing him. Both officers have been assigned to administrative duties as the Office of Attorney General continues its investigation.
Baltimore City Police are still searching for the person who shot a 13-year-old girl on Monday night, leaving her in critical condition. It happened on East Fayette Street near Caroline Street. Police say when they arrived, they found the 14-year-old girl had been shot once, a bullet to her head. She was transported to a nearby hospital where her condition was described as grave. According to police, a suspect often opened fire on people who were surrounding a car in a parking lot. Investigators are reviewing surveillance footage. No suspect information has been released.
Well, about 100 protesters gathered outside of a Baltimore Highlands bar calling for justice for a man who was killed last week by a security guard.
Police say the unidentified security guard claimed that 35-year-old Kevin Torres threw a brick at him, causing him to fire his weapon. This happened at the Christie Bar on East Lombard Street. Protesters say Torres was president of the Villanueva soccer team, and they were celebrating a team win the night that he was killed. This is the third incident in recent weeks involving a private security guard shooting someone in Baltimore.
6:18 and storm preparations are now underway in the Bahamas as Tropical Storm Nicole approaches.
That storm forecasted to grow in strength into a hurricane as it heads toward northwestern Bahamas and Florida's eastern coastline. Hurricane warnings are in effect for several areas near Florida's Atlantic coast.
Now, residents there, many of whom are still cleaning up from the damage left behind by Hurricane Ian, again boarding up their homes, filling sandbags and stocking up on fuel. Nicole could make landfall in Florida tonight, and then will be impacting our weather by Friday. Weather Authority team, though, is tracking this storm.
All right, 6:18 now. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with more on this.
Yeah, currently, guys, we're talking about 70-mile-an-hour winds from Nicole, a tropical storm that more than likely will become a hurricane a little bit later today. It's just in the northern section of the Bahamas, so already getting tropical storm and hurricane force winds in that part of the world. Our hurricane warnings we talked about up and down the Florida East Coast. Tropical storm warnings, storm surge warnings, and the tropical storm warnings extend all the way up to the South Carolina coast, as we could see that storm surge when the storm makes its way on land and then starts tracking up the East Coast. This is the current update here from the National Hurricane Center. We'll get another one here at the top of the hour, but 70-mile-an-hour winds with an 85-mile-an-hour wind gust. As we put the track on this thing, we do expect that hurricane to form or develop into a hurricane later this afternoon, just north of Marsh Harbor there in the Bahamas, making landfall in Florida, north of West Palm Beach early tomorrow morning. Then that storm's going to actually track out toward Tampa, back out toward the Gulf of Mexico, up into the Florida Panhandle, make a right turn over Georgia, and then come over the Carolinas. And then it's going to be heading here. Still could be hanging on to tropical storm characteristics by early Saturday morning with 40-mile-an-hour wind and also a lot of rain in our viewing area. So we'll track that on our future scan in just a moment. Really pretty shot right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam as that sun coming up in just a little bit. Calm conditions, but colder than where we started yesterday at this time. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they've got the jacket on and ready to go, with temperatures staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours, even still some 30s hanging around. 57 by noontime and recess, and we'll see temperatures right about 60 degrees for our high this afternoon. There's Hank the Bird. Yeah, thanks, Hank. 47 by 9 a.m. on your Bird is the word cast. Hank and his feathered friends enjoying less wind for the afternoon today. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, you're going to see those temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 50s with a few lower 60s sprinkled in there as well. And up and down the East Coast, keeping those numbers near average for this time of year. Notice the left side of your screen, some of the warmer conditions in Cleveland, Columbus, back through Charleston, West Virginia. That's where we're going to see some of those warmer numbers move here starting tomorrow. So even though it's going to be cooler today, we will warm right back up. We stay dry today and tomorrow. You'll get a little bit more cloud cover coming in on Thursday. That's ahead of that next weather maker. And here it comes. You can see the moisture from Nicole right there early Friday morning, starting to move in to the Appalachians as we head into Friday midday and into the afternoon. That's when we'll see the best chance of that rain rolling through here. So it's really Friday night into Saturday morning will be the timing of the biggest impacts that we'll have from this storm. And because because we've been so dry, we're not expecting any major flooding from this system. Either way, though, we will keep our eyes on it. Upper 60s, as I mentioned, tomorrow and Friday. We'll still in the mid-60s on Saturday, but then we've got a big drop-off in temperatures. Sunday and Monday, highs only in the upper 40s and lower 50s. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and the area cameras around here. Everyone's looking great. The Curtis Creek drawbridge was just open. That's the only delays that were showing up on our map, and that is now closed, and traffic's moving along just fine. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. Penn Train 511 operating with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and Camden Train 845 running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there. Light rail link being good on time in both directions. No delays or issues. You'll find Metro subway link, though, single tracking between Reisterstown Road Plaza and Mondawmin, and that's due to maintenance ongoing. Upton Station still closed, remains closed due to flooding, and shuttle buses are in place too. And from the Upton Station out there, allow time for travel on Metro subway link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
An independent board will now oversee our independent inspector general. That is what you voted for this election. Coming up, how the change will give power back to the people.
Someone this morning is waking up a billionaire. Just ahead, where a winner claimed the $2.4 billion Powerball lottery jackpot. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$6:25, and sadly, your dreams of becoming an instant billionaire may be over, at least for now. One lucky ticket holder just beat the odds of won nearly $300 million.
How does that person feel this morning? Or are they still passed out somewhere, like in disbelief? A California ticket matched the correct numbers for the $2 billion jackpot in yesterday morning's drawing. It was delayed overnight due to technical and security issues. At least someone in Maryland is getting a big check, though. $1 million ticket was sold in Catonsville. That's not a bad takeaway either.
No.
A colder morning out there with temperatures in the 40s, 30s in some areas. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect a warm up.
Several county executive races aren't over yet as mail-in ballots still need to be counted. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a look at some of the closest races. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning, day after Election Day. Results coming in. We've got all that for you throughout this morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a cold morning when you step outside, especially if you're getting the kids ready for the bus stop.
Better that this happened today than yesterday when people were at the polls. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
It was still chilly yesterday, guys, but again, yeah, a lot colder, about 5 to 10 and even 15 degrees colder this morning than where we were yesterday at this time, right about as those polls were starting to open. Our live cam in Towson right now, mainly clear skies. That sun will be up in just a few minutes from right now. A bright sunny day is ahead, and you can see those temperatures statewide. We're actually in the upper 20s in Cumberland with 30s from Hagerstown and Westminster over to Bel Air. 44 your temp in Baltimore City right now and 48 in Annapolis. So keeping those numbers in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Mr. Bowe says we are good to go on your morning drive. Probably will need that heater on and definitely grab a jacket as you head out. Right about 60 today, but we're right back to the upper 60s both tomorrow and Friday. Notice that rain icon on Friday. That's going to be the rain from Tropical Storm Nicole, which could become a hurricane later today. We're tracking that and the rest of your Veterans Day forecast coming up.
Well, let's take a look now at our Lynn Sterler traffic network. And as we look at our map, that's looking pretty good. That's what you want to see. It is green across the board. Well, as results continue to come in from the election, voters are approving another notable ballot measure.
Now, Question I creates more independence for the city's government watchdog. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Hall this morning with why this is crucial for the city. Shannon.
Well, Question I, Tom, takes power away from city council members and the city council president, and it gives it right back to the people. And take a look. This is something that voters overwhelmingly approved yesterday. They want an independent board that oversees our independent inspector general. And this is absolutely critical because as it stands right now, the panel consists of multiple City Hall elected officials who could ultimately be the subject of investigations by the inspector general.
Now, if Isabel Cumming or the IG is investigating someone, and maybe it's Nick Mosby, maybe it's someone else in the city council or an elected official, huge conflict of interest to have them. And we have seen this play out in real time the last year and a half, where they have questioned her and gone deep into questions they shouldn't be asking her.
And now that Question I is approved, Tom and Patrice, we know that 7 citizens, people in the community, will be on this new advisory board.
Well, Shannon, when can we expect, though, to have this new board seated?
Well, very soon. In fact, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance says he expects applications will open, Tom, as early as noon today on the OIG website. So anyone interested should definitely check that out. And we also know from Isabel Cumming that the goal is to have the board seated by January. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Baltimore City residents also voting in favor of Question H. This involves whether to bring the Baltimore City Police Department back under local control. The Baltimore Police Department has functioned as a state agency for more than a century, meaning City Hall has not had the authority to fully regulate the Baltimore Police Department. They must seek approval from the Maryland General Assembly when it comes to policy changes.
Turning now to the race for county executive, there are several that are still close as the ballots are not all counted yet, while others have already been called.
Olivia Dance joins us live from Baltimore County with the latest on some of these races. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And here in Baltimore County, mail-in ballots still need to be counted, but incumbent Democrat Johnny Olszewski has enough of a lead that he has been declared the winner. Olszewski will begin his second term as Baltimore County executive, and on election night, he led Republican challenger Pat McDonough by nearly 20 points, and he's already looking towards the future.
We continue to deliver on our promises from 4 years ago, literally and figuratively building a better Baltimore County.
He focused his campaign on strengthening public schools, while his opponent centered around crime and safety in schools. Another big race, though, is the one for Howard County Executive, where a winner has not been declared yet. Incumbent Democrat Calvin Ball is still holding his lead on his position against Republican Alan Kittleman.
We have 16,500 mail-in ballots that will not be counted until Thursday. So, and there may be more than that. And so it seems to me, unless one of us has either won by a large amount, that it's probably more important for us to respect the voters and give them an opportunity to have their votes counted before we make any decisions.
Kittleman saying he wants to wait until all results are counted, while Ball feels as if he's already won.
So excited that our record won, that our community won. Actually called when I was on the way in. He said he wanted to wait until all of the votes were counted, but he could see the way that this was going.
And we are expecting to get more results from Howard County either this morning or later today. So, of course, we'll bring you those updated results as we get them. Back to you.
Olivia, so we hear that Kittleman wants to wait until every vote is counted, but has he given any indication that he will accept the results when they do come in?
Yeah, Patrice, so he spoke with Fox 45 News last night, and he said he will respect the voters' decision, but of course, again, he does want to wait until all of those ballots are counted before conceding. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:35 now, turning now to the statewide ballot question on legalizing marijuana.
And it looks like we have a decision. Megan Gillen at our live center with those results.
Yeah, that's right, Patrice. Take a look here. We've got Marylanders overwhelmingly voting to legalize recreational marijuana with 65.5% to 34.5%. And guys, this is for simple possession for adults over the age of 21. And what this means is starting July 1st, possession of up to 1.5 ounces of recreational marijuana, again, if you're 21 and older, will be legal. This also expunges past simple marijuana convictions if that was the only charge in the case. Again, overwhelmingly in support for legalizing marijuana. Maryland now joining neighboring D.C. and Virginia in doing this, and it was expected to pass. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Patrice.
We are keeping tabs on the key races that will determine the balance of power in the U.S. for the next 2 years. Sinclair correspondent Christine Frizzell joins us next on where the races stand.
Cooler temperatures today with plenty of sunshine. However, our weather authority team tracking rain for the weekend as the next weather maker moves in. 6:36 the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Indeed, rain does fall in Southern California. A National Weather Service meteorologist snapped this photo in Santa Barbara. The area received plenty of rainfall, enough to cause this type of flooding. The forecast is expected to take a turn toward drier weather on Wednesday. In case you missed Tuesday morning's total lunar eclipse, a snapshot of the blood moon and the sunrise right after.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Just about 6:40 on your Wednesday morning. We made it to the middle of the week, and we're just a couple of weeks away from Thanksgiving. Looking out right now over the beautiful shot here. Our stadium's looking good. We've got mainly clear skies, but cool temperatures. In fact, a little bit colder than where we were yesterday at this time. Now, we will have a mild afternoon. Less wind today, plenty of sun, but out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Get that extra layer on. Temperature staying in the mid-40s through 8 a.m. Back to you.
We continue your Vote 2022 coverage this morning. We are waiting to find out who will control the Senate in Washington. There are a number of votes still being counted, many races much closer than expected.
Yeah, in fact, we want to go right now to Christine Fazal. She is live on Capitol Hill for us. And looking at these numbers, and yeah, it's amazing, Christine. 48-48 is what the Associated Press is showing right now in the U.S. Senate race as of 6:39.
Yeah, it's interesting. So this map hasn't totally updated yet. We're trying to figure out the discrepancy there. But it's a really good point. And when we talk about the control of the Senate, we talk about the ability of President Biden to get his agenda passed. We also don't know who's going to control the House. That looks more and more likely that it is going to go Republican, although not by as big of a margins as we were expecting. Let's take a look at the map here, guys. A lot of the states, we now know who will control those. We did see John Fetterman flip the state of Pennsylvania to blue, but let's look out the ones that are still sort of outstanding here. We've got Nevada, we've got Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. All right, so let's talk about these guys. Nevada, this is Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. She has been in a tight race this entire time, really trying to hold on to that seat. If Adam Laxalt picks this up, that will make it much easier for Republicans to get the 51 that they need to control the Senate. We have to talk, about, of course, about Arizona. This is a very close race. Mark Kelly, current senator, ahead of Blake Masters. Now, we did hear a couple hours ago from Maricopa County Elections Office. They tweeted out that all of their Election Day ballots had been counted and reported. Now they're going to start tallying the mail-in ballots, and they don't expect to post those results until tonight. So everybody, we got to keep our patience pants on for Arizona, and maybe even more patience will be needed for the state of Georgia. So we have Senator Raphael Warnock, really such a slight lead. As we know, the state of Georgia requires a 50% margin in order to be declared the winner. The Secretary of State of Georgia already predicting that this is going to go to a runoff. We have 99.6% of precincts reporting, so it's not looking likely that either candidate will get 50%. So that means we will find out the winner of the state of Georgia and possibly who will control the Senate on December 6th. That is still a month away. So a lot of things that is still yet to be determined here. Patrice and Tom.
Yeah, I think that's what people were worried about, especially in Georgia, knowing that that could happen. And here we are. Christine, thank you.
With the holiday season coming up, retailers and shippers hiring seasonal workers to fulfill their holiday shopper demands. Just ahead, some things, though, you need to be careful of when a job just seems too good to be true.
I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. From celebrities to places of worship, the community seeing a rise in hate and the troubling numbers next.
6:45 and in your morning rush, midterm elections have officially wrapped up from the polls. One of the highly watched races, though, is the race for governor. And this has been a historic race. The state of Maryland now under one-party rule again, as Democrat Wes Moore will now be our next governor.
We will work with police and communities to ensure public safety. And we will make sure that we are keeping these illegal guns and these violent offenders off of our streets. In our Maryland, you will feel safe in your own neighborhoods, and you will feel safe in your own skin.
I'm not going to lie to you, this is a difficult race. We're not doing as well as I had hoped in places like Baltimore County. So it's very, very tough. This is a tough road ahead, and so I don't want to give you some false hopes to stay here for the rest of the night. I am excited to continue to watch the votes to be counted, all the votes.
Other big races making history last night include the race for Attorney General. Democrat Anthony Brown will be the first black man to serve in that position, beating Republican candidate Michael Peruka. Plus, Democrat Brooke Learman will be the first woman to serve as the state's comptroller. She beat her challenger, outgoing Harford County Executive Barry Glassman.
Well, turning now to a close race where the ballots are still being counted. The fight for Anne Arundel County Executive. Olivia Dance is joining us live now. Olivia, the race, though, far from over as of right now.
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. And currently incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman is trailing behind Republican Jessica Hare. But the race is far from over yet because mail-in ballots still need to be counted. Now, Hare currently has about 54% of the vote, and Pittman has 46%. Counting mail-in ballots, though, won't begin until Thursday, so this race likely won't be called until next week. But I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll hear from both the candidates who are still very confident. Back to you.
In Baltimore City, Baltimore residents voting in favor of Question K, term limits for elected officials. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Hall with what that will look like moving forward. Shannon.
Well, starting in 2024, Patrice, the mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and city council members are all going to be limited to just 2 terms. And that's something that political analyst John Deedy believes is going to encourage leaders to act with more urgency since they only have a certain amount of time to get things done. He also believes that that's going to give voters more options when they're voting. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to take a closer look at this measure. We're also going to look at its impacts in the city and how City Council has already been preparing for Question K to pass even before today. Now back to you.
All right, 6:48 now. And yes, man, look at that shot. Your dress and Justin shot.
But we don't feel either of
No.
It's cold.
Yeah, it is cold. 30s and 40s this morning, as we were talking about yesterday. So definitely a little bit colder than how we started off your Tuesday. But Wednesday, it's not bad. We've got a lot of sun. And the good news today, a lot less wind. So we won't be as gusty as we were yesterday afternoon. Our live cam in Towson, yeah, really pretty shot. 30s and 40s for Cockeysville and Towson down through Woodlawn. 40 in Essex and Middle River. 42 your temp in Dundalk. 44 in Brooklyn Park. And again, some of us about 9 to 11 degrees cooler than our numbers that we had yesterday at this time. As you rise and shine, enjoy some breakfast with us today. It's National Scrapple Day. I talked about this last year. I think people are emailing me what Scrapple is. I still don't really know. It's some stuff that I don't think I've ever had. Either way, if you're having Scrapple for breakfast, good. Mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast. Golfers today, less wind. Cold early in the upper 40s through 9 a.m., but upper 50s through lunchtime and into that 1 and 2 o'clock hour. We'll get into those lower 60s. Some of us only stay in the mid to upper 50s, but these are more typical November-like numbers here as opposed to the well above average numbers we had over the weekend and through Monday. Upper 50s and lower 60s down the 95 corridor, 58 in D.C., even up into Philly. We're at 58 and 60 in Ocean City. We're tracking Tropical Storm Nicole right now. We'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center in about 10 minutes from right now. So if you stay with us live and local through 10 a.m., we'll give you all of those updates. Right now, 70-mile-an-hour winds. We've got hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings, and tropical storm warnings up and down the east coast of Florida. But notice it extends to the west coast as well. That's the area that was hit by Ian. So this storm is going to impact most of Florida and then up into parts of the Carolinas and for us here at home by the time we head toward the weekend. Let's track this thing. So more than likely a Category 1 storm later today as a hurricane, then making landfall possibly as a tropical storm late tonight, early tomorrow morning north of West Palm Beach, over to Tampa, to the Gulf Coast of Florida, up into Georgia and the Carolinas. And this is early Saturday morning. And right now the National Hurricane Center still has us under that cone of uncertainty for the potential of it still hanging on to tropical storm characteristics by that time. Now, we haven't had a lot of rain in a while, so we're not looking at any major flooding, but we are going to get a good 1, 2, and maybe even 2.5 inches of rain for certain areas. Most of this and the heaviest rain comes in late on Friday afternoon into the evening through early Saturday morning. That's when we're going to have the main timing of the system impacting us here at home. Here's that 7-day forecast. We'll keep those temperatures rising tomorrow and Friday. Even with the rain into Saturday, we're still in the mid 60s, but lower 50s and upper 40s. Those are going to be your high temperatures come Sunday and Monday of next week. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. We are recapping the results from midterm elections all morning long. Just ahead, a look at the measures that passed and how they'll impact the future of politics in the city.
Oh, celebrate a Baltimore County classic again. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark heading to Mount Washington Tavern for a double celebration with some drinks, music, and oysters every which way. And while Mark seems to get all the drink and food segments, it seems like every day, one thing we get here at the studio, coffee. It's time for a coffee break. Making your headlines this morning, one student is dead in what officials say was a targeted shooting at a Seattle high school.
According to Seattle police, officers were in that building 4 minutes after receiving a 911 call for help.
Now, after shots were fired, the shooter left the building and triggered a large search. Now, Seattle Police Harbor Patrol County Sheriff deputies then arrested the shooter. Now, law enforcement found a pistol in the suspect's backpack, though at this point, police do not know if that is the murder weapon.
Also making headlines, the man convicted of slaughtering 51 Muslim worshippers at New Zealand mosques is appealing his sentence.
New Zealand's Court of Appeals has confirmed Brenton Tarrant filed that appeal just last week.
Tarrant shot worshippers at two mosques in 2019, killing 51 and hurting dozens of others as he live-streamed the attacks on Facebook. He was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. A hearing date is not yet set.
From high-profile celebrities to threats on synagogues, cases of anti-Semitism are now on the rise.
The National Desk, Angela Brown, joins us with how much of a rise we're seeing in these cases.
The Anti-Defamation League, which tracks anti-Semitic behavior nationwide, found over 2,700 incidents in 2021, a 34% rise, the highest number on record since 1979. It's the superstars who grab the national headlines, like the Nets' Kyrie Irving on suspension after tweeting a link to an anti-Semitic film, later apologizing, criticized by NBA greats.
You know, what Kyrie did caused some harm to a lot of people. And he has since, over the last, I think today, or was it yesterday, he apologized. But he caused some harm.
But the problem is much deeper than Kyrie. Physical dangers like synagogues being vandalized. A Jewish man sprayed with a fire extinguisher walking to the synagogue. Just last week, a rare warning from the FBI about threats to New Jersey synagogues and congressional leaders describing anti-Semitic hate impacting children.
In my hometown of Weston, we had anti-Semitic hate messages spray painted on the slides and the playgrounds outside a neighborhood, and that's the second time in a month.
Overt anti-Semitism appears on the rise. But what does the data say? The Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism says anti-Jewish crimes rose 59% in major cities surveyed in 2021. We talked to the center's director.
As Americans have become more fed up with governance, that ends up being directed in some significant part towards Jews.
Rising anti-Semitism becoming a flashpoint for corporate America, ending endorsement deals with Kyrie Irving and Ye, while still making money. The book and documentary that got Kyrie Irving suspended still sold on Amazon. The American Jewish Committee urging Amazon to take it down.
Anti-Semitism is more overt right now because we're now starting to see political and commercial and civic institutions get tested as to where they draw a line.
A rise in anti-Semitism is not just happening right here in America. The special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism is seeing a rise in cases around the world. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Baltimore City residents vote to bring new voices to City Hall. What this means for the elected officials.
The race for Anne Arundel County Executive is not over yet, as mail-in ballots still need to be counted. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, all the latest results, plus hear from the candidates.
And temperatures are definitely colder this morning. What we can expect as we head toward Veterans Day weekend as we track Tropical Storm Nicole impacting our area. Fox 45 Morning News rolls on.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
As promised, we are continuing your Vote 2022 midterm election coverage this morning. Coming up, we have live team coverage on the impacts being made all over the country. Jan Lilly is live from City Hall to discuss Baltimore City residents voting in favor of Question K. Olivia Dance live with what we know about the race for Anne Arundel County Executive right now while the ballots are preparing to be counted. Megan Gillen is here in studio live with us with the Senate races gaining national attention.
A lot to cover this morning. Good morning to all of you on this Wednesday, November 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and no, we did not win the Powerball lottery.
We did not. We won cold. Meteorologist Justin Chambers bringing that to us this morning.
I'm over here somewhere. Can you guys see me? I think I'm. Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, temperatures are definitely colder this morning, guys. As we take a look outside, we'll see what's going on from our harbor camera right now. Mainly clear conditions. The sun is up and shining on the stadiums. Ravens back next Sunday afternoon. Not this weekend. They got the bye week, but we've got that game here on Fox 45. And yeah, it's definitely cold. Our numbers are in the 30s for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air. 43 in Baltimore City. 33 in Columbia. So that is near freezing. So a colder morning today, but temperatures will stay a bit cooler this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine, even though we are tracking that rain later this week from Tropical Storm Nicole. 40s here over the next couple of hours. Get the bun warmers on. As Mr. Bo says, we are good to go, but you'll definitely see your breath when you step outside. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. How's it looking on the roads, Patrice?
Well, let's take a look and see what we're finding on our traffic map as of right now. Still pretty good out there. We were in the green across the board earlier. Now you're starting to see a few slowdowns. No incidents to report that we've been told, but just volume getting up and out this morning. Election day has officially come to an end, and Fox 45 News continues to cover the big races all across Maryland, including questions that you may have seen on your ballot.
Now, we're seeing some upsets across the country as some new faces will be coming into office.
Now, as we've mentioned, we have extensive live team coverage all morning long to keep you up to date with all the different results. We begin with the results in Baltimore City. Residents voted in favor of Question K, known as creating term limits for elected officials.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Hall this morning with what this means for those in office and for the city. Shannon.
Well, in a lot of ways, Tom, this is going to change the way the city is run and who you see right here at City Hall. Now that Question K has passed, beginning in 2024, the mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and council members will all be limited to serving just 2 terms. And take a look at this. This is what the overwhelming majority of people voted in favor of this election, with more than 70% saying yes to Question K. Under the measure, officials are not only limited to those 2 terms, but they also cannot hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. But remember, this only applies to city officials, and it does not limit politicians from running for a different office in the city after reaching the limit on their previous position. Well, political analyst John Deedy weighed in after the measure passed last night, and he's talking about how it will impact city government. Let's listen.
So I think you're going to have government speeded up a little bit. There's going to be a stronger sense of urgency. I've got to get something done.
Well, Deedy also says the measure will give voters more choices and the opportunity to select candidates who couldn't run before. But the ballot measure came under heavy criticism from Democratic officials who say it will limit voter choice and devalue expertise. Meanwhile, City Council has already anticipated the passing of Question K, and we know City Council President Nick Mosby has already developed a bill that would change council members' pension eligibility from 12 years to 8 years. That bill, though, awaits a final vote. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We feel good about continuing on for the next 4 years.
I feel really good about it.
Well, now to a close race where the ballots are still being counted, the fight for Anne Arundel County Executive.
As you just heard, both candidates are feeling confident, but that race is far from over.
Olivia Dance joining us live now this morning with the latest on this competitive race. Olivia?
Well, good morning. And they're definitely feeling confident. But right now, incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman is trailing behind Republican Jessica Hare. But the race isn't over yet because there's still more votes that need to be counted. Now, if you take a look at your screen, you can see that Hare currently has about 54% of the vote and Pittman has 46%. But mail-in ballots still need to be counted.
We know coming in that the party affiliation of the people who voted early and mail-in, because that's publicly reported. And so if people do vote along party lines, we're in very good shape. We're comfortably in the lead coming into today, and we hope to hold that lead.
Now, counting mail-in ballots won't begin until Thursday, so this race likely won't be called until next week. And as you just heard, Pittman feels confident the mail-in ballots will be in his favor, but Hare is also feeling confident.
We're just going to wait for every vote to be counted, and we're excited to see it.
This race has been hotly contested with a lot of money poured into political ads that were often negative. The candidates, though, say their focus is on the local issues.
When you're running as a challenger, you criticize everything and you try to instill fear of crime and things. And these are serious issues where our community is coming together to solve them. And what I've seen is that we waited and we spent our money towards the end, so we're surging. We were right there after the first touchdown in the Ravens game with a very positive ad, and we've run our campaign in a positive way. And
so Mr. Pittman really can't run on his own record, so he's just kind of thrown as much mud as he possibly can at me. And we have stayed focused relentlessly on local issues and being proactive about solving these local issues hand in hand with the community. So I feel really good about our message.
And again, this race likely won't be called until next week, but of course, we will be keeping a close eye on it. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We had one mission, and Maryland, you showed tonight that if we stand divided, we cannot win. But if we stand united, we cannot lose.
Well, the votes are in, and changes are coming to Maryland from the governor's office to legalizing recreational marijuana and lots of issues in between. Political analyst John Dede is joining us this morning with a recap of the results. Good morning, John. John, are you able to hear me?
I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, well, we're going to work on that behind the scenes. We're going to get back to John in just a minute. But in the meantime, we want to get a check of our forecast because we're talking about temperatures that are colder than they were yesterday and definitely colder than we've seen in the past few days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about where we...
This is our live look here from our harbor cam with that sun that is shining and numbers that are mainly in the 30s and 40s. You notice those on the right side of your screen. So as you step out, you'll definitely want to grab a jacket and check it out statewide here too, or even county-wide. You can see across central Maryland, 36 in Westminster, close to 40 in Bel Air, even some lower 40s for you on the eastern shore as you're up with us here this morning. So a colder morning. It's going to be a little bit cooler today, but less windy. We're definitely tracking that rain from Nicole moving in. That's a tropical storm that's going to be impacting Florida and the East Coast over the next few days. But Mr. Bo says we're good to go with 40s here the next couple of hours. Definitely get the heaters on, and we'll top out in the upper 50s, close to 60 later this afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. 7:07 now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And taking a look at the area maps, you can see the volume picking up on the outer loops north of Baltimore there. There's one incident on 95 northbound, and it is a multi-vehicle accident right at Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway, not causing any delays. It's just off their map to the top part of your map there. Still to come this morning, we continue following the midterm election results as they continue to come in. Ballot measures voters are approving in the city and what it's enabling now for the future. Plus the races that are still too close to call in the surrounding counties.
And with the holiday season being more expensive this year, people are looking to get seasonal jobs for extra income. After the break, how to protect yourself from current job scams that are out there. 7:08, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:12 now on this Wednesday morning, and seasonal help wanted signs are up physically and on social media as retailers are getting ready for the holiday shopping. Not all the jobs are legit, and every year the Better Business Bureau receives calls for job scams. In fact, joining us now for this week's Confident Consumer, Clay Campbell with the Better Business Bureau. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Sure. Okay, it's that time of year. You're going, okay, well, I've got a lot of gifts. You know, I'm not going to go into debt this year, so maybe I'll get a job where I can pick up 10, 15 hours a week.
Right, yeah, and these job listing scams, these fake job postings are, they're reported to us all year long, but it really spikes during the holiday season. And actually, my wife received one of these sort of scams targeted towards her recently. And, it's the scenario where these scammers are posting as a legitimate business, a reputable company, a very recognizable brand name. And they're sending these applications, these forms to applicants, asking them to fill out an entire application with basic information, just like your name and contact information. But towards the end of these applications, they're asking for very personal information. So thankfully, my wife stopped and didn't hit the submit button, didn't complete the application because they're asking for a driver's license number. And this was for a work from home position. So big red flag right there, right? So they were also asking for a social security number information. So at that point, it's best to step away and seek a job elsewhere. Yeah, you really don't have to give up that much information when you're just looking at the job. Once you get hired and then they say, okay, you are hired and you get a contract or some kind of interview at least, then maybe, okay, I have to start giving up some money. I mean, especially my driver's license, my social security. There's some things, though, that you see with Better Business Bureau when it comes to these seasonal jobs at holiday, because everyone's looking for that, so they're preying on that. Some of the things that you're saying is never pay before you actually start working. What does that mean? Reputable companies are going to pay for your training, not ask you to pay up front or provide a credit card for that kind of information. So if you're asked to provide a credit card number, don't provide it on one of those applications. They're going to ask you to, pay for those kinds of textbooks or training or things like that. And it can be expensive. People are reporting losses of hundreds of dollars for these kinds of, upfront fees, but reputable companies aren't going to charge an upfront fee for an application. Another one, though, that was listed on the Better Business Bureau is saying too big of a salary may be also a red flag for a smaller job. Right. If it's, we say it every week, if it's too good to be true, it probably is, right? So it's, these job listings are offering big salaries, big hourly wages for not much work, staying at home and reshipping something. A reshipping scam is something that is being presented to us now because it's a work from home position with, a six-figure salary, not a legitimate job opportunity. We're out of time right now, but your last one was, though, do not start working until officially hired. And you have to say it because some people will say, oh, I can get a little bit of hours and prove what I'm worth. Right. You might be asked for something like a writing sample or something like that. But if you're asked to complete a complex project, you're not going to want to do free work for a business before being hired. All right. Clay Campbell, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Sure. Now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got an easy job today, except for that the storm that's moving up from the Gulf Coast, though, or heading in that direction, at least with Nicole.
Yeah, well, we are tracking that, Tom, and the whole Weather Authority team keeping our eye on that because it is going to be impacting us as we head into this Veterans Day weekend. But today, tomorrow, both of those days are looking fine, and we've got plenty of sunshine out there right now, even though our temperatures are colder than where we started yesterday at this time. A lot of us waking up in the 30s and 40s. Officially 43 in Towson. A little bit of that north wind at about 7 to 10 miles an hour. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, we're talking about making sure that you've got the coats on them this morning. Numbers in the 40s this hour. Right around noontime and recess, we'll be in the mid to upper 50s and picking them up this afternoon right about 60 degrees for our high, which is actually close to average for this time of year, with those 50s continuing across Westminster and Eldersburg and Carroll County. Northern Baltimore County in the mid to upper 50s for Reisterstown, Cockeysville over to Towson, down through Lutherville and Timonium, close to 60 in Dundalk, and right about 60 in Baltimore down through Fells and Canton today. Also in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you'll see those temps in the mid to upper 50s for Ellicott City over through Elkridge, Odenton at 56 for the afternoon. And the Eastern Shore, close to 60 for a lot of you. Chester down through Easton will see a 60-degree reading. Centerville right about 59 for the afternoon today. Great day to fly, pilots. Not as windy as it was the last couple of days, and plenty of VFR conditions. So visual flight rules both today and tomorrow. It'll be quite a bit different as we head into the weekend. That's because we're tracking our next weather maker. This is Tropical Storm Nicole, which more than likely will become a hurricane, will make landfall there in Florida over the next couple of hours, more than likely about this evening time and into the overnight hours. There's the storm right now, still around the Bahamas. We've already got hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings, and storm surge warnings up and down the east coast of Florida, as well as the west coast, because this storm is going to cross the center of the state and impact Tampa and the Gulf Coast of Florida later this week. Let's put the track on it right now. 70-mile-an-hour winds. Expected to become a hurricane later this afternoon. Will probably make landfall as a tropical storm early tomorrow morning and then make that kind of right turn up into Georgia. That's going to track through the Carolinas and will be impacting us by Saturday, early Saturday morning. That center of low pressure is expected to be south and west of Baltimore. So we've been pretty dry. We're not expecting any major flooding from this, but we are definitely going to get some good rain and potentially some of that wind still left over as that storm makes its way closer to our area. 7-day forecast looks like this. 60 today, upper 60s into Thursday and Friday. Again, Veterans Day is going to be wet. We'll be warmer as we head into the weekend, even with the rain, with mid-60s on Saturday. And then look at those temps dropping off pretty significantly. Sunday and Monday, our highs only in the upper 40s and lower 50s.
We had one mission, and Maryland, you showed tonight that if we stand divided, we cannot win. But if we stand united, we cannot lose.
The votes are in, and changes are coming to Maryland, from the governor's office to legalizing recreational marijuana. Political analyst John Dede is joining us this morning with a recap of the results we saw across the state. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Okay, great. We can hear you now. All right, so does anything from the night stand out for you? Were you surprised by any of our state results?
I wasn't really surprised by any of the results because this was really going to be a blue wave in Maryland, because the top of the ticket in Maryland with Dan Cox wasn't going to bring in enough Republican and independent voters. So what really happened wasn't as surprising to me at all. The ballot measures, a lot of the big ones, not surprised at all. They passed because generally citizens will support ballot measures.
Let's talk about some of the congressional races. The incumbents all stayed in their seats, but some of the margins were closer than I think some people expected. What do you think about some of the congressional races?
Good question. A lot of the reasons the margins got closer, especially in District 2, 3, and 6, is the redrawing of the congressional district lines. They were drawn a lot fairer. They were made a lot more competitive. And I think that, in a couple, when Dutch Ruppersberger finally decides to retire, that District 2 is going to get very competitive, and there's going to be millions of dollars spent to hold or take that seat. So I think it was good for democracy in a way. Competitive districts are good for voters because the candidates have to cater to voters and not take them for granted.
Let's talk about the county executive races. We're seeing some that are at this point too close to call. Some of the candidates not willing to say that the race is over in Howard County. Kittleman says he still wants to count more votes. Anne Arundel County, we're still waiting there. Talk about those executive races.
They can say they can keep waiting to count the votes, but this thing's really almost over. And the thing is, when the situation there is, it all goes back to Dan Cox. He was too toxic for general election voters, and in turn, it trickled down the ballot, and a lot of voters got tagged as being Cox Republicans or Trump Republicans. In a state like Maryland, that doesn't fly in those areas. Those are big jurisdictions. And Pittman in Anne Arundel County, one of the things that helped him was when Wes Moore got into this race, he endorsed Moore immediately. And I think that helped him some.
All right, we have about 30 seconds left. Just overall, with all the changes that we're seeing as a result of the election, talk about the future for Maryland for the next few years.
I think we're going to see a very progressive future, not necessarily politically, but a lot of moving forward. There's a hell of a budget surplus. Someone's got to spend that money, and political leaders will figure out a way how to do that. Wes Moore is going to be the shiny new rock star, the shiny penny on the political horizon. And if Joe Biden doesn't run, Wes Moore could be the next president of the United States.
All right, John Dede, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work, it is time for our Job of the Day. Friends School of Baltimore is hiring a director of alumni relations and engagement. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Several county executive races aren't over yet as mail-in ballots still need to be counted. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a look at some of the closest races.
The Mount Washington Tavern is celebrating. They're having a block party. 10 years since the fire. It's going down this weekend. We'll tell you all about it. The food, the drinks, the celebration on the way. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
And a freezer. 7:25. It's so Baltimore. It's so nice that they're doing it twice. Pikesville Staples celebrating the 10th reopening anniversary.
We're talking about the Mount Washington Tavern, and it has a lot to celebrate. This weekend, they're having a huge block party. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is there, and he is trying out all the things that they have to offer. Looks like some drinks. Hey, Mark.
Theme here, right, with Mark?
I know. Every day it's drinking and eating, and Shannon's going to help me get through this. So, Shannon, we're celebrating this weekend.
We are.
It's a great celebration. We got some great things going on. Tell us all about it.
So this weekend, we are actually celebrating our 10th anniversary and sort of our 43rd as well.
Wow.
In 2011, we had a fire on Halloween, and we swore up and down that we would open in a year, and we did. So November 2012, we reopened. So we are celebrating the reopen We opened again in November of 1979, originally the Mount Washington Tavern. So it's been 43 years for that. We want to celebrate with our community. We invited some of our local purveyors to come. We have our old bartenders. We've got some local food here.
What do you have here? What is this, Shannon?
Oh, easy. We've got
this?
So these are our grilled oysters. We've got these are the casino, and then these are the Florentines. So these have spinach. These have some garlic and bacon. Not this second, but we'll see in 5.
We have more with Shannon, and I'm going to eat something this morning.
Well, it all looks good, so it'll be good when you do.
He's got such a tough assignment. All right, thank you, Mark. We'll be checking back in with you a little bit later on this morning. If you'd like some more information about the Washington Tavern and their party, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Meanwhile, we get to stay here and talk about how cold it is this morning. And we're going to talk about highs in the 50s later today.
Sure, our cameras are excited. Mark's excited out there at Washington Tavern. Meteorologist Justin Chambers also excited. He's going to let us know about what's happening back here and our next weather maker on its way.
And also still to come, we have continuing coverage of the results of the 2022 midterm elections. We're going to continue to bring you the latest numbers as they are released. Stay with us. 7:27 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and make sure you get that coffee extra hot this morning before you step outside. A little bit cooler.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with just how much cooler?
2 big things. 1, the burritos have arrived. 2, David Williams did the 7:30 stretch with us, so we're very excited about that. Hopefully you're getting your stretch going this morning, guys, as we got you live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning, getting that blood flowing because, yeah, it's colder when you make your way outside. As we show you right now, our live picture picture here. This is over the Inner Harbor, and you can see the stadium right there on the right. Of course, the new Top Golf that is there. Maybe a good day for some of that. Or if you're going to be out there playing a real course, it'll be chilly this morning. Check out these numbers. 20s and 30s statewide, especially from Cumberland over to Hagerstown. 36 in Westminster, 43 in Baltimore City right now. So mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast as you grab that hot cup of joe Tom was talking about. And numbers today that'll be right near 60 degrees. We're warmer tomorrow and Friday. So notice those temps go right back up. However, we've got rain that we've got to deal with. Breaking down that forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice, Tom?
7:32 now. As results continue to come in from the election, voters are approving another notable ballot measure.
Yeah, Question I creates more independence for the city's government watchdog.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from City Hall with why this is crucial for the city. Shannon.
Well, Question I, Patrice, takes the power away from the city council and the city council president, and it gives it right back to the people. And take a look. This is something that voters overwhelmingly voted in favor of for this measure. They want an independent board that oversees our independent inspector general. And this is absolutely critical because as it stands right now, the panel consists of multiple City Hall elected officials who could ultimately be the subject of investigations by the inspector general.
Now, if Isabel Cumming or the IG is investigating someone, and maybe it's Nick Mosby, maybe it's someone else in the city council or an elected official, huge conflict of interest to have them. And we have seen this play out in real time the last year and a half, where they have questioned her and gone deep into questions they shouldn't be asking her.
Well, now the Question I is approved. 7 citizens, people in the community, will be on this new advisory board. Tom, Patrice?
So, Shannon, when can we expect to see this new board seated?
Well, very soon. In fact, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance says we could see those applications open as early as noon today on the OIG website. So for people that are interested, definitely check that out. We also know that Isabel Cumming has said that the goal is to have this board seated by January. So this will all move very quickly. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, Baltimore voters have decided that city leaders should have term limits. Question K passed overwhelmingly, limiting leaders to 2 4-year terms per position. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us again this morning. And we're looking at the outcome of Question K now. We've talked with you about several of these issues. We appreciate you coming in again this morning, David. 72% of residents voted for term limits, 24% against it. What does this outcome tell you about what city residents are looking for?
What it tells you is that city residents want term limits, that they're not happy with the leadership, with the city council, and they want fresh blood. And Patrice, here's the thing is that the sky isn't falling. You hear city council members saying, term limits are bad, this isn't going to help the city. Well, the city has been, been pretty rough lately, right? So, you look at Virginia, the governor has 1 term. Virginia's in fine shape with those term limits. So the sky isn't falling. It's going to be fine. And this is going to bring fresh blood, some new ideas into the city. And it just so happens that they're trying to change the pension system so you get a pension after 8 years. But again, very self-serving, and term limits, put some sort of checks in the checks and balances.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because there are some very prominent people in the Baltimore community who say that history shows that some of Baltimore's best leaders have served more than 2 years. We're talking about Schaefer, Mayor Schmoke. And if voters want them out, there was already a system in place to do that. You vote them out.
For sure. You can vote every 4 years, every 2 years, in the House of Representatives. But what about the people that we don't know about, the people that haven't gotten into office because of incumbency? You have the name recognition, you have the money behind you. So there are probably a lot of people in this city that would have been great leaders, but they didn't have the money or name recognition. And that's what term limits does. It brings those people into the fold, brings some younger folks. I mean, you look at the U.S. Congress, you have people that are 80, 90 years old, and there needs to be a refreshing of members of Congress, but also city council members. So this is exciting. It's an exciting time for the city right now.
All right, and talk about exactly how it works, because this doesn't go into effect until 2024. And at that point, everybody who's already in office starts with a fresh 8 years. So we're not going to see an immediate change.
We're not, and that's why people need to relax. City council members need to relax, is that this starts in 2024. And 8 years is actually a long time to serve. And so there's not going to be this, massive change immediately. And it's going to give the city time to do this. And I think what's going to happen is you're going to see younger folks see this and go, wait a second, I can become a city council member, because there's going to be this refreshing of city council members. So I think it's going to give a lot of energy to the city. And again, Patrice, we see term limits across the country, and the sky hasn't fallen, and everything is fine.
All right, David Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
Turning now to the race for county executive, there are several still close, as the ballots are not all completely counted yet, while others have already been called. Olivia Dan joining us live from Baltimore County this morning with the latest from one of those county races. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom. And here in Baltimore County, there are still mail-in ballots that need to be counted. But incumbent Democrat Johnny Olszewski has enough of a lead that he has been declared the winner. Olszewski will begin his second term as Baltimore County executive. And on election night, he led Republican challenger Pat McDonough by nearly 20 points. And he's already looking towards the future.
We continue to deliver on our promises from 4 years ago, literally and figuratively building a better Baltimore County.
He focused his campaign on strengthening public schools, while his opponent centered around crime and safety in schools. Now, another big race is the one for Howard County Executive, where a winner has not yet been declared. Incumbent Democrat Calvin Ball is still holding his lead on his position against Republican Alan Kittleman.
We have 16,500 mail-in ballots that will not be counted until Thursday. So, and there may be more than that. And so it seems to me, unless one of us has either won by a large amount, that it's probably more important for us to respect the voters and give them an opportunity to have their votes counted before we make any decisions.
As you just heard, Kittleman saying he wants to wait until all results are counted, while Ball feels as if he's already won.
So excited that our record won, that our community won. Actually called when I was on the way in. He said he wanted to wait until all of the votes were counted, but he could see the way that this was going.
Now, we are expecting to get more results from Howard County either this morning or later today. And of course, we'll bring you those updated results as we get them. Reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And we're also tracking the many ballot questions that voters decided. The change is now going into effect right here in Maryland.
Oh, and it's a colder morning with temperatures in the 30s and 40s. Sunny afternoon ahead, though. Your Weather Authority forecast has some big changes for your weekend plans. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Well, turning now to a statewide ballot question on legalizing marijuana.
And it looks like we have a decision. Megan Gillen is at our live center with the results. Megan?
Yeah, no surprise here, guys. Take a look. Marylanders voting overwhelmingly to legalize recreational marijuana. You can see 65.5% to the 34.5% here. This is for simple possession for adults over the age of 21. And what this means, guys, is starting July 1st, possession of up to 1.5 ounces of recreational marijuana, again, if you're 21 and older, will now be legal, according to this. It's also going to expunge past simple marijuana convictions if that was the only charge in the case. Maryland now joining neighboring D.C. and Virginia in doing this. Again, this was expected to pass. Overwhelming majority, again, going for that amendment for question number 4. That's the latest from our live center. Send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. The state of Maryland seeing some major changes following the midterm elections. The state now under a one-party rule again, as Democrat Wes Moore wins the gubernatorial race. Coming up, a look into the close races all across the state.
And your Beyond the Podium coverage continues after the break. The overwhelming results we're seeing here in the city and how they compare to those impacting all Marylanders. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.45 and Fox 45 continues to take you beyond the podium as more election results continue to come in all morning long. However, the questions Baltimore City voters saw on their ballots passing without much pushback. Joining us now, political observer Anthony McCarthy. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning.
Overwhelmingly, all those questions were for. I mean, we saw that there wasn't even any close ones there. One of the issues that was brought up before Baltimore City voters, Baltimore City's police department, now under complete city control officially. What do you think that means? I mean, it was kind of more on paper than really any other issues.
Well, I think it became a default position for elected officials in the city of Baltimore to say, We don't control the police department. It's a state agency. We've got to get permission from the legislature to change policy or make changes. Now, the mayor and members of the city council have direct control over the Baltimore City Police Department. It was not even close. I think that that's what the mayor wanted. I think that's what elected officials in the city wanted. They've got to do something to get violence in the city under control.
Do you think, though, that that was an issue? I mean, because the mayor is actually the one that appoints the police commissioner. It's almost more like on paper. I mean, they go to the state. They never had any pushback not getting any.
Of course, but like I said, I think it was oftentimes used as an excuse not to get the results that they wanted. They were able to say, well, ultimately, we don't control the police department. They, in fact, control the police department because they control the head of the police department.
Let's talk about the term limits, though. This is coming up in 2024. It passed overwhelmingly, no issues whatsoever with Question K. But why is the Baltimore City Council pushing so quickly to get this approved so that they have a pension now after 8 years? Well, firefighters and police, they have to wait a couple decades before they can get their real pension to kick in.
I think that you are being very reasonable and respectful in explaining the anger that I heard yesterday from firefighters and others who believe that the city council is moving too quickly and they're moving in self-interest to protect their pensions or to be available for pensions after 8 years as opposed to 12 years. It's within their power. It's within their purview to do it. So they're going to do it because many of them know that after 2 terms, they're not going to be reelected.
Okay, we need to go right there. Anthony McCarthy, thank you. Always great to hear you.
Great to be with you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 7:48 now. Let's move over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and let him fill us in on these temperatures.
Yeah, definitely colder, as we talked about. Patrice, Tom, good morning to you. A lot of us waking up in the 30s and 40s, but we've got a lot of sunshine. We actually have a lot less wind than how we started yesterday, so that's not as biting or as, stiff as it could be when you step outside. So here's a look at those numbers right now. Upper 30s, Owings Mills, Cockeysville, over to Bel Air. We're at 43 in Joppatown, 42 in Essex and Middle River. Same number for you there in Glen Burnie. And some of us about 8 to 10 degrees colder than where we were yesterday at this time. So that's that kind of colder chill that you're feeling as you're hanging out there in downtown. Next hour, we're going to be in the mid 40s. Not a bad day for lunch outdoors. Again, there won't be as much wind. It'll still be in the upper 50s, so kind of that fall chill in the air. And we'll get close to about 60 degrees for this afternoon, which is actually where we typically are this point in the year. We had that well above average start to the month of November, and now things coming back down to earth. So here's a look at those high temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties. We're talking about mid to upper 50s, and some of us in the lower 60s. Cockeysville there at 56 today. Hereford zone a little cooler in the low to mid 50s. Hartford and Cecil counties in those mid to upper 50s. For Bel Air and Aberdeen up into northeast, rising sun. Even Elkton at 57 for your high this afternoon. And up and down the East Coast, we'll keep those 50s and 60s going for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., even 60 in Ocean City. Wednesday and Thursday, get the cars cleaned up. But notice that red light I have on Friday on your car wash cast, only because that rain coming in from Tropical Storm Nicole. This is where the storm is right now, north of the Bahamas, expected to make a run toward the Florida East Coast as we head into the next couple of hours, potentially getting to a Category 1 hurricane before it makes landfall. And you can see that hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings, all of the red for most of the state of Florida, especially the East Coast. But those warnings extend as tropical storm warnings up toward the Carolinas. Putting the track on this thing, there it is, the Category 1 storm this afternoon, more than likely as a tropical storm when it makes landfall late tonight. But that's going to bring the storm surge, and then it's going to make a right turn and actually impact Tampa and the Gulf Coast of Florida along the Panhandle, right up into Georgia and South Carolina. We're talking Atlanta, Charlotte, Richmond, Virginia, all in the path of this storm. And right here at home by early Saturday morning, potentially still carrying 40-mile-an-hour winds. So we'll have to watch for the wind and the rain coming in. We've been pretty dry. We're not expecting any major flooding from this storm, but either way, it will be impacting us on Veterans Day, especially in the afternoon. So you can see our 7-day forecast, 60 today, upper 60s Thursday and Friday, and even mid-60s Saturday with the rain, but much colder as we head into Sunday and Monday.
The Mount Washington Tavern is celebrating 10 years since their fire with a big block party. We'll tell you all about it coming up.
One California resident is waking up a billionaire. After the break, the slightly smaller check a Marylander is receiving despite not winning the main prize.
Oh, we have a cup of coffee here, although it tastes a little bit more bitter this morning. So can we say we're still winning?
Whatever we have to do to get through this day without being $1 billion. Perfect time for coffee break. $7:54, and now to your consumer news this morning. The city of Columbus, Ohio, is suing two car makers over car thefts.
The Midwestern town is suing Korean automakers Hyundai and Kia over waves of thefts involving their vehicles. A Columbus city attorney says there's been 450% surge in thefts in those two brands.
A TikTok video showed how their ignition systems with physical keys in 2015 to 2021 Hyundais and then the 2011 to 21 Kias could easily be hacked. The city's attorney says the automakers failed to address the problems, passing on theft recovery costs to Columbus.
Tesla is recalling two models of its vehicles for problems related to its steering systems.
The electric car maker is recalling about 40,000 of its vehicles from 2017 through 2021 Model S and Model X versions. When driving on rough roads or hitting potholes, the vehicles could experience a loss of power steering assist. Tesla says it has released an update for the problem and that 97% of vehicles have the update.
Well, sadly, your dreams of becoming an instant billionaire may be over for now.
That's right. A California ticket matched the correct numbers for the $2 billion jackpot in yesterday morning's drawing. It was delayed overnight due to technical and security issues. At least someone in Maryland is getting a big check. $1 million ticket was sold in Catonsville. Not a bad haul there either.
No, not bad at all. I'd take it. A colder morning, though, with sun coming out today. Warmer temperatures tomorrow. Look at that sun. Yeah, it throws you off a little bit. You think it's a little bit warmer until you step outside. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when we could expect some rain to pour down on us later this week.
Voters approved Question K on the ballot, which means some city leaders will soon have term limits. Coming up, how their limited amount of time will impact city government. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We had one mission, and Maryland, you showed tonight that if we stand divided, we cannot win. But if we stand united, we cannot lose.
Marylanders are waking up this morning to history being made. Democrat candidate for governor Wes Moore cruised to victory last night, beating Republican Dan Cox to make history as Maryland's first black governor.
And Marylanders also making history in their choices for Attorney General and State Comptroller. Democrat Anthony Brown defeating former Anne Arundel County Councilman Michael Paraka in Maryland's Attorney General race. Brown now Maryland's first black Attorney General. And in the race for Maryland Comptroller, Democrat Brooke Learman declaring victory over Republican and outgoing Harford County Executive Barry Glassman. Learman will be the first woman to serve as Comptroller.
In Baltimore City, a major win. City residents voting in favor of Question I, which will change the makeup of the Office of the Inspector General Advisory Board, creating more independence for the city's government watchdog.
And then finally, city residents voting in favor of Question K, which will establish term limits for top city officials and bring more voices to city government.
Good morning to all of you on this Wednesday, November 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's giving us a chilly look at our forecast.
Whoever voted for the colder temperatures, I don't know. Exactly. Let's thumbs down on that. Maybe we will be warming up, however. As we get later into the week, these are the numbers that we are stuck with, 30s and 40s as you make your way out here in the 8 o'clock hour. Plenty of sunshine and less wind than what we saw yesterday. In fact, 39 Cockeysville and Bel Air. Actually made it back to 46 in Baltimore City, 33 your temp in Columbia right now, and 49 in Annapolis. So out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. Grab that extra layer, 40s and 50s, slowly warming up. And we should hit about 60 for our high today, which actually is not too bad. That's typically where we are for this time of year. Sun will be up until 4:57. We'll talk about if the wind is going to be another issue later today. All of that in just a few.
Election day has officially come to an end, and Fox 45 News is continuing to cover all the big races across Maryland, including the questions that you might have seen on your ballot.
We are seeing some major upsets across the country as some new faces will be coming into office.
We have extensive live team coverage all morning long to keep you up to date with all the results.
Shannon Lilly is live this morning looking into Question K and the plan for term limits for Baltimore City leaders. But we begin this morning with the race impacting the whole state. The governor's race. Democrat Wes Moore defeating Republican Dan Cox, making history to become Maryland's first black governor.
Mackenzie Frost was with the Moore campaign in Baltimore City on election night and shows us what the incoming governor is outlining for his administration.
It was a night of firsts in Maryland as Democrats dominated the top of the ticket. Wes Moore will become the governor-elect, serving as the first black chief executive in the state after he bested former President Donald Trump's backed candidate, Dan Cox. Minutes after Maryland's polls closed, the hotel ballroom bursting with applause as Wes Moore becomes Maryland's first black governor.
This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland.
The Democrat stepping into the spotlight after never holding public office, making his top priorities known as votes rack up.
We will work with police and communities to ensure public safety. And we will make sure that we are keeping these illegal guns and these violent offenders off of our streets.
The promise of getting crime under control comes as Baltimore continues to grapple with a crime crisis. And the issue top of mind for voters, especially in communities reminded of gun violence almost daily. How Moore will make his crime priority a reality will no doubt be closely watched. Meanwhile, in Annapolis, the energy isn't quite as high as Republican Dan Cox.
We're at a point where it's not looking good.
Refuses to concede the race.
A very possible situation with the votes that still need to be counted, that if we pull off about 60 to 65% of those, that we can still pull this race.
Back in Baltimore and tapping into his military roots.
Leave no one behind is not just a slogan. It is a value statement. And it is a value that will guide me as your next governor.
With Moore governor-elect, Maryland state government will be led by Democrats in every seat. Current Governor Larry Hogan not wasting any time on election night. I'm told he called to congratulate Wes Moore around 8:15, saying that he looks forward to a smooth transition and says he will be meeting with Moore in the coming days. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Mackenzie. In Baltimore City, residents were faced with 7 potential charter amendments while casting their votes. City residents ended up voting in favor of all 7 amendments, including Question K, which will establish 2-term limits for elected city officials. Shannon Lilly joining us live from City Hall here this morning with what this means for those in office and also for the city. Shannon.
Well, in a lot of ways, Megan, this is going to change the way the city is run and who you see right here at City Hall. Now that Question K has passed, beginning in 2024, the mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and city council members will be limited to serving just 2 terms. And take a look at this. This is what the overwhelming majority of people voted in favor of this election, with more than 70% saying yes to Question K. Well, under the measure, officials are not only limited to 2 terms, but they also cannot hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. But remember, this only applies to city officials, and it does not limit politicians from running for a different office in the city after reaching the limit on their previous position. Well, political analyst John Deedy is weighing in after the measure passed last night on how this is going to impact city government. Let's take a listen.
So I think you're going to have government speeded up a little bit. There's going to be a stronger sense of urgency. I've got to get something done.
Well, Deedy also says the measure will give voters more choices and the opportunity to select candidates who couldn't even run before. But the ballot measure came under heavy criticism from Democratic officials who say it will limit voter choice and devalue expertise. Meanwhile, City Council already anticipated Question K passing, and City Council President Nick Mosby has developed a bill that would change council members' pension eligibility from 12 years down to 8 years. That bill, though, awaits a final vote. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We feel good about continuing on for the next 4 years.
I feel really good about it.
Now to a close race where the ballots are still being counted. The fight for Anne Arundel County Executive. And as you just heard, both candidates are feeling confident, but this race is far from over. Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the latest on this very competitive race. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Patrice, and both candidates are definitely still feeling confident, but right now incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman is trailing behind Republican Jessica Hare, but the race isn't over yet because there's still more votes that need to be counted. Now, if you take a look on your screen, you can see that Hare currently has about 54% of the vote and Pittman has 46%, but mail-in ballots still need to be counted.
We know coming in that the party affiliation of the people who voted early and mail-in, because that's publicly reported. And so if people do vote along party lines, we're in very good shape. We're comfortably in the lead coming into today, and we hope to hold that lead.
Counting mail-in ballots won't begin until Thursday, so this race likely won't be called until next week. And as you just heard, Pittman feels confident the mail-in ballots will be in his favor, but Hare is also feeling confident.
We're just going to wait for every vote to be counted, and we're excited to see it.
This race has been hotly contested, though, with a lot of money poured into political ads that were often negative. The candidates say their focus, though, is on the local issues.
When you're running as a challenger, you criticize everything and you try to instill fear of crime and things. And these are serious issues where our community is coming together to solve them. And what I've seen is that we waited and we spent our money towards the end, so we're surging. We were right there after the first touchdown in the Ravens game with a very positive ad, and we've run our campaign in a positive way. And
so Mr. Pittman really can't run on his own record, so he's just kind of thrown as much mud as he possibly can at me. And we have stayed focused relentlessly on local issues and being proactive about solving these local issues hand in hand with the community. So I feel really good about our message.
And again, this race likely won't be called until next week, but of course, we will be keeping a close eye on it. Reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. Now, remember, you can find all of the election results on our website, foxbaltimore.com. We have both state and national results there.
Baltimore City residents vote in favor of Question I, changing the makeup of the advisory board that oversees the Baltimore City Inspector General. What this means for the IG's office and how you can be part of that change.
And right now, looking outside, we still have some of the fall colors, but a lot of those leaves are gone from the trees right now. Less wind today, and we'll break down your full forecast in just a few. Welcome back. 8:12 is your time on our Weather Authority forecast. A little colder this morning, but a lot of sunshine out there over downtown Baltimore. And we are going to need the jacket and definitely the sunglasses as you step out over the next couple of hours. That's your out the door cast. But the wind, not as strong as it was yesterday. We're going to talk about warmer conditions tomorrow and that rain that we're tracking as we head into the weekend.
And the Mount Washington Tavern, their block party celebrating their 10 years since the fire is going down this weekend. We'll talk about it coming up soon.
And a policy being quickly pushed through City Hall. A deeper look into the City Council's attempt to change their own pension requirements. Time now 8:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. It is 8:16. Baltimore City Council now one step closer to fast-tracking a bill that would shorten the number of years of service needed for city elected leaders to be eligible for a pension. The bill passing a second reader here this week in a 9-2 vote, 3 abstaining. This morning, lifelong city resident and Baltimore pastor P.M. Smith joining us live to weigh in on this. Pastor Smith, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Megan.
If approved, this legislation would allow elected officials to receive a pension after 8 years of service instead of 12. What are your thoughts?
Disappointed but not surprised. We have folk who would not support term limits, so the public speaks, and then they take action to preempt the public. Where else can you get a lifetime pension for a part-time job? They should be ashamed. Once they show you who they are thieves. Once they show you who they are, Baltimore, please believe them. They do not have our interests. They are self-interested, and they are a me-first generation. That's their mentality.
Pastor Smith, do you feel that for every member of City Council, many of them saying they've dedicated their life, their work to doing this job and bettering our city, do you feel that that's not true?
Name one, all right? I can call some names. You retired from the city, you got a pension. You're 60 years old. right? And now you want to, after 8 years, you've been in office 24 months, you ain't been in the building 10 months because of the pandemic. You got first responders, police and firemen who have to work 25 years to get a pension, up from 20. And you do 8, it's theft, it's immoral. It's a me first mentality. And I'm glad you put that up. These are the persons who supported that. Whether it's Ramos, Stokes, Glover, Burnett, Bullock. Look, I got the list. You call me, I'll snail mail it or email it. These people are thieves.
As we look as to what happens next, this bill taking another step forward with Question K passing last night. Obviously, that was the term limit measure that was on the ballot here. Was this a knee-jerk response? I heard you mention that to Question K and trying to figure out what to do next.
What's your question? What do we do next? We keep those names, we put them on cardstock, we laminate them, we put them in the mirror, and we terminate them the next election. They're out. They don't have our interests at heart. They're self-motivated, they're self-serving, and they have no shame. When they show you who they are, believe who they are. They're thieves. They're self-serving. They don't have the interests of their constituents at heart. Who and where else can you get a lifetime pension for a part-time job? It doesn't happen anyplace else but here in Baltimore, and it is a shame, but they have no shame.
All right, Pastor Smith, we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
8:19, time to get another check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here looking at cold temperatures.
Yeah, exactly right. Patrice, Megan, good morning to both of you. And everybody at home, appreciate being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. I mentioned this a moment ago, but we definitely have some of the leaves still hanging out on those trees out there, and those fall colors are still looking great. Hank the bird, easier to see, Hank, when those leaves are gone. Yeah, can't hide behind those leaves. 48 next hour on your bird is the wordcast. We're in the upper 50s through noon and into the upper 50s and lower 60s later today. In fact, mid 50s for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air, Eastern Shore, upper 50s and lower 60s for you. Overall, a nice fall afternoon. Little bit of that fall chill in the air, but again, this is typically how we feel right around November 9th. And those temperatures stay along the 50s and 60s for most of the East Coast. Now, notice what's going on with our temperature tracker. We're right back above average starting tomorrow, even into Friday, and through Saturday, we're in the mid 60s, but a big drop off. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and through the middle of next week, we're going to stay well below average. So that's that colder air in place. We're also tracking Tropical Storm Nicole, still 70-mile-an-hour winds. Right now, it's about 250 miles from West Palm Beach, Florida. It is expected to impact the east coast of Florida, central and northern Florida, up into Georgia and the Carolinas, and even us here at home. These are the hurricane warnings and watches that are posted along the coast of Florida and up towards South Carolina. Putting the track on this, expected to be a hurricane later today, impacting the Florida coast potentially as a tropical storm, but don't think just because it's a tropical storm it's not as strong. And then it's going to make that right turn and track right up the east coast, potentially still hanging on to tropical storm characteristics by early Saturday morning as it sits just to the south and west of Baltimore. Overall, our future scan, we're dry for the next couple of days, really moving toward the weekend. On Veterans Day, which is just 2 days away from right now, Veterans Day will be wet, especially Friday night into Saturday as the remnants from Nicole are here, but drier and much colder Sunday and into the middle of next week.
Several county executive races aren't over yet as mail-in ballots still need to be counted. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a look at some of the closest races.
And Mount Washington Tavern is celebrating 10 years since the fire. They're back in a big way, a big celebration, a big block party. This weekend is going down. We'll talk about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
824, it is so Baltimore. The Mount Washington Tavern is celebrating a milestone, and they're doing it with a block party.
This event is also going to support the fire department who saved the tavern in 2011. I remember when that happened. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Pikesville ahead of all the fun, the celebration. Mark.
That's right, guys. Shannon is back with us. It's all about the celebration. Shannon's going to whip up a delicious drink. And of course, you know, every morning it seems like I eat a drink, so why not? So Shannon, what do we have?
So right now I'm going to make you one of our featured cocktails this weekend at our block party. It is the Spicy Pear Margarita. So I've already put the Chipotle Tinteo tequila in it. We're featuring our cane selectives. I've got a little lime juice, a little ginger beer. I've rimmed with black jalapeno salt for a little extra kick. I'm going to shake this up because I want to take the time to tell you about what's going on this weekend.
That's right.
So we're having a block party. We want to celebrate 10 years in the biz. There you go, a couple speed bumps in there, never hurt anybody. 10 years in the business. It's free for everyone. Everyone. We want everyone to come. We're going to have some oysters. We're featuring our local purveyors, which we are so excited to do. We're going to have live music. We want people to come down and celebrate with us. 10 years since we opened in 1979 and 10 years since the reopen in 2012 since the fire. And we're also going to have Baltimore City firefighters doing their boot collection to serve the widows and children of fallen firefighters.
Wow. So food, fun, free, celebration, and coming up, we're going to look at the memory wall.
Yeah.
We've been here since, what, 40 years? Actually, you've been here forever, right?
43, yeah.
43. And guys, as promised, those were delicious. And I imagine this is going to be...
It's going to be spicy.
Cool. Spicy drinks. I like spicy drinks.
Glad you enjoy.
I just don't know how Mark does this day in and day out. It's a tough job, Mark. Thank you.
It's, you know, I know. I sacrifice for you guys.
All right, thank you. Well, if you want more information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Sunny today, but highs only reaching the 50s. Our next chance for rain is already heading toward us, though, so be happy for this sunshine. And that rain is coming courtesy of Tropical Storm Nicole. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that system and how it is going to impact us.
An independent board will now oversee our independent inspector general. That is what you voted for this election. Coming up, how that change gives power back to the people.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Wednesday, November 9th, the day after Election Day. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. It's all about the numbers, and we're still waiting for the count for a lot of these different races. Some of them pretty obvious.
Yeah, the Senate still hanging in the balance there. We'll keep tracking that. And meantime, we're tracking some pretty cold temperatures as well.
Yeah, in fact, somebody that's been looking at some other numbers here, meteorologist Justin Chambers, and cooler temperatures here, but the sun. I mean, like, there's no clouds.
Yeah, that's a great thing, Tom and Megan. Good morning to both of you. And the good news today, too, a lot less wind. We've had wind the last couple of days that's made it feel even colder outside. Yes, we're in the 30s and 40s, but don't you worry. We're going to warm up to the upper 50s and close to the lower 60s for a lot of us. In fact, statewide, we're seeing some 30s in Cumberland and Oakland, Hagerstown at 38, 41 in Westminster, but we're already back to 46 in Baltimore City, and those numbers will keep rising. So low to mid 50s in that 10 and 11 o'clock hour, close to 60 as we get to about 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Now, we'll be in the upper 60s Thursday and Friday, so numbers will warm right back up, but we are tracking rain from Tropical Storm Nicole. And speaking of that, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and the Weather Authority team, she'll be in a few minutes to take a closer look at what Nicole's impacts will have for us here locally. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got your drive times pulled up, and not pretty out there this morning, guys. We are in the yellow, slower than we normally are everywhere you look. We're closing in on almost 30 minutes from 795 to 95, 24 minutes to be exact, 22 from 95 to 83. Again, slow moving out there right now.
8:32, and as results continue to come in from the election, voters approving another notable ballot measure.
Question I, creating more independence for the city's government watchdog.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from City Hall with why this is crucial for the city. Shannon?
Well, question I, Tom, it takes the power away from the city council and the city council president, and it gives it right back to the people. And take a look, voters overwhelmingly approving this yesterday in the election, and those numbers show that they want an independent board that oversees our independent inspector general. And this is absolutely critical because as it stands right now, the panel consists of multiple City Hall elected officials who could ultimately be the subject of investigations by the inspector general.
Now, if Isabel Cumming or the IG is investigating someone, and maybe it's Nick Mosby, maybe it's someone else in the city council or an elected official, huge conflict of interest to have them. And we have seen this play out in real time the last year and a half, where they have questioned her and gone deep into questions they shouldn't be asking her.
Well, now the question I is approved. 7 citizens, people in the community, will be sitting on this new advisory board. Tom, Treese?
Shannon, I'll take this one. When can we expect to have this new board seated?
Well, very soon, Megan. In fact, David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection Alliance says that we might see those applications open up as early as noon today on the OIG website. So for anyone interested, definitely check that out. And we also know from Isabel Cumming that the goal is to have this new board seated by January. So this is all moving at a very fast pace. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, joining us live now in studio this morning with more on the question I, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. David, we just heard a soundbite from you. Also, we've heard many times checks and balances, key to our democracy. With one-party rule now from the city all the way to the state level again here in Maryland, independent offices, they're key to the citizens, too, though, to watch out for what the politicians in one party are doing.
That's right. And the Inspector General is such an important part of the checks and balances, hunting out waste, fraud, and abuse. And right now, Baltimore City is the envy of the country because you have an independent Inspector General, but now you have an advisory board that's going to be run by citizens. I mean, that's pretty amazing, is that Baltimore City residents can be on this advisory board. It takes the politicians off of this advisory board. And as you can see, the conflict of interest. You can't have politicians appointing people to a board and they may be under investigation by the Inspector General. And this Inspector General has found, tens of millions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. And we need to keep that going in Baltimore City because Baltimore City spends a lot of money and it wastes a lot of money.
Well, the citizen board, though, you were talking about the people that may be on this here, overseeing the OIG's office. What kind of experience do they need? Could they just be a regular, ordinary citizen, or do they need some kind of political background?
just a regular citizen, and there's going to be training by the IG's office for the people that come onto this board. But really, you want everyday folks, right? The ones that are really concerned about this city and want to see the city advance. And what people, I think, misunderstand is this advisory board has very few functions, basically to appoint an inspector general, to approve the budget, and do an evaluation of the inspector general. What we saw play out in real time the past year and a half was the meddling of the advisory board. You had these political appointees asking Isabel Cumming, how do you number your reports, and getting into this really weird minutia detail. That's not their job. And what they were trying to do is they were trying to undermine the office. They were trying to undermine Isabel Cumming and what she was doing. That is not the role of the advisory board. So this is a really exciting time in Baltimore City for independence.
One other subject, a little bit different than this, though, is we're talking about the pension now coming out of City Council that are quickly going through an 8-year, all of a sudden, eligibility pension instead of the 12-year. We're talking about 8 years serving in the city here, and then that will be for your rest of your life. You will get money from the citizens of Baltimore. When you look at that, but you compare it to Baltimore's fire department and also police department, though, and the officers that have to work 20 to 25 years then to get their full pension, how does that look for this coming in, and can the OIG do anything about this?
Well, let's hope so. And this is the most self-serving piece of legislation that I have seen. And you look at Baltimore City, and legislation takes so much time to get passed through the city council. This is happening pretty quickly. I can't imagine why a self-serving piece of legislation would happen so quickly. Obviously, we know why. But what we haven't talked about is the cost. Right now, this is going to cost Baltimore City taxpayers a lot more money because you're going to have 8 years instead of the 12 years. So I think that, the finance department has said, hey, pump the brakes on this. We don't even know how much this is going to cost. And let's say you're 30 years old, you spend 8 years in city council. Well, you're going to get a pension for life, and you're going to have that over and over again. So, again, we haven't talked about the cost, but this is something that needs to be addressed by the city.
All right, David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection Alliance. Thank you for your expertise.
Thank you.
The state of Maryland now under a one-party rule as Democrat Wes Moore wins the gubernatorial race. Still ahead, a look into the close races all across the state.
Well, sunny today, temperatures reaching the 50s. Looks great out there over Towson and over the city, but our next chance for rain heading towards us, courtesy of Tropical Storm Nicole. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax popping into the studio, tracking Nicole and how it could impact any of your weekend plans. 8:38's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 8:40. Hurricane warnings are in place for parts of Florida, and that's because subtropical storm Nicole has strengthened into a tropical storm.
Nicole forecasts get even stronger, expected to become a hurricane before reaching the Bahamas.
That's right. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax now joining us live in studio. She's tracking Nicole's path, and it's actually looking like this could mean some rain for Maryland, Jasmine.
Yes, unfortunately, we could have impacts in the form of rain from Nicole as we head into the weekend. But you still have a couple of days to enjoy the dry weather as the system moves closer to the Bahamas and then eventually reaches the U.S. Right now, it has max sustained winds of 70 miles per hour, and it's getting closer and closer to the Bahamas. It's not quite a hurricane yet, but it does have the potential to strengthen into a Category 1 hurricane, possibly making landfall as a Category 1 hurricane or possibly a strong tropical storm near West Palm Beach, Florida. Then it crosses over and actually moves back into the Gulf. It could remain a tropical storm there before making landfall along the Panhandle. After that, it weakens over land into a depression, but it could strengthen into a tropical storm before it reaches our area, and that would likely happen as we head into Friday into early Saturday morning. That's when we have the best chance of rain. So notice the moisture pattern will gradually shift toward our area as we head into the weekend. If you have any outdoor plans, you might want to move those inside. Coming up, we'll have a look at the forecast as we head into the weekend. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. National Guard stepping in to make sure elections remain fair and just. What they're doing to help in the states that they are assisting.
And if you have a blemish on your permanent record, stay tuned. Fox 45 News is introducing you to the people that can help with expungement and give you a second chance. 8:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It is 8:45. Maryland Legal Aid is partnering with other organizations right here in the city to host an expungement clinic and resources fair. And this is to help residents gain a better future for themselves, for their families. This morning, Director for Pro Bono at Maryland Legal Aid. Sitting next to me is Angus Derbyshire, and also Assistant General Counselor for BGE, Brent Bolea, joining us live to share more. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. First of all, we appreciate it.
Sure, thanks.
And for our viewers right now, if there is something on your record right now, you need to listen up. This is such an opportunity to kind of start fresh, and that's what you guys are doing here.
Yes, thank you, Megan, so much for having us out. I think some people aren't aware that anytime there's an interaction with the criminal justice system, a record is created. And that in many cases, that record can be removed and create new opportunities for jobs, employment, and really bettering their own lives.
It's a huge difference. We worked with you guys with the Health Expo, the Be More Health Expo recently. Now you're partnering with BGE, just making sure you get around the city. What's it like for you guys now? You're providing some attorneys to help out in this.
It's a great opportunity for us. We're really happy to be able to help our customers succeed. And it's great for our attorneys, too, because we get to get out there and help our people and gain new experiences ourselves. So it's a win-win.
For people watching at home, wondering if they would, be up for this, what are some of the requirements? What do they need to bring when they come to this expungement?
Yeah, so people don't really need to bring much of anything. We have the ability on site to review records, to determine if they're eligible for expungement, and to actually prepare the paperwork right there on site. It is helpful if they have some of the copies of the records to bring them. Every now and then there's some information that we need. But for the most part, if you don't have it, it's fine. Come on down, bring yourself, and we're able to review the record and hopefully provide some assistance day of.
What are some of the things, it's going to vary depending on case-by-case basis here, but what are some of the things that usually can be removed from a record?
Yeah, so most misdemeanors can be removed after a time period. So it could be 10 years, 15 years, but the majority of misdemeanor charges can be removed. And a lot of what I call favorable dispositions, so null process, stets, dismissals, acquittals, these stick around people's records, and oftentimes they're not aware that these can come off very, very easily and create a lot of new opportunities.
And having experienced attorneys from BG there to help you is huge. And that's not all you guys are doing. Energy assistance, I hear, is involved in this too.
That's right, yeah. So if you're having trouble paying your energy bill, you come down to this event, and we'll have people there that'll help hook you up with assistance.
That's huge.
And so.
With prices skyrocketing, that's a big deal.
With prices, being challenging for many people, we're really happy to be able to help people out. So come on down to this, and we'll have people that help guide you through the process of hooking you up with assistance programs.
It's a pretty great resource. Let's let them know where it's happening.
Yeah, so it's happening tomorrow at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center. It's 1601 Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to be there from 10 to about 1 or 2 o'clock p.m. So come on down. We also have opportunities for job placement, job resources. I just want to also recognize our partners, University of Maryland Medical Center, MBLS, and of course, BG Exelon, for being such important pieces of this.
Yeah, that's huge. This is what makes it happen. Thank you guys so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Megan.
And good luck to all of you. Get out there. Start clean. All right, 8:48 here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers now joining us with a look at our forecast. Bright and sunny.
Yeah, absolutely, Megan. That's what we've been talking about all morning. Yes, it's been a bit colder, but we don't have as much wind that we are dealing with at this time. That's going to change once we get to Friday and Saturday as the remnants from Nicole start to move in, bringing wind and rain to our area. So this is a look at your forecast right now and our current temperature at BWI. We're right at 46 degrees, a little northeast wind, about 9 to 15 miles an hour. That wind expected to be a lot less than what we've seen the last few days, which is good news for golfers. That way you don't have to worry about a 1 or 2 club wind today. Upper 40s next hour with mid to upper 50s through noon and into the upper 50s and lower 60s by the time we get into the early part of the afternoon. From Perry Hall and White Marsh over to Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, we're going to see those mid to upper 50s. Catonsville, Baltimore, right about 60 for your high. 59 in Dundalk this afternoon. Mid 50s in Carroll County as well. Up and down the East Coast from Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Look at those upper 50s and lower 60s. But notice on the left side of your screen right there, we're seeing temperatures that are in the mid to upper 60s. So some of the warmer conditions there on the other side of the Appalachians, we will get in back to some of that, I should say, by tomorrow. Now, Wednesday and Thursday, green lights if you do want to get the car wash done or the car all cleaned up. I have a red light on Friday in the car wash cast because we're tracking Nicole, and Jasmine was talking about this a moment ago. This is that tropical storm with currently with 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is going to move into parts of Florida and then right up the East Coast as we head into the next couple of days. So let's check the future scan. Overall today, you'll see a few clouds here and there, but looking very nice. Now, tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover, but temperatures also rising as we get more of a southerly flow. This is ahead of that next weather maker, and here it comes. You can see right there on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, that's the low pressure system that's going to bring that rain to us starting midday Friday into the afternoon and evening time. That's going to be when that storm crosses right across the 95 corridor, and the heaviest rain and wind is going to be later on Friday night into early Saturday morning. Should clear out by Saturday afternoon, some leftover clouds, maybe a stray shower or two, but overall we're drier as we head into Sunday. Just 2 days until Veterans Day, just 2 weeks and a day until Thanksgiving. Very excited about that. 15 days out from right now. And look at that. If you're a winter solstice fan, 6 weeks from today, the new season begins. That's all we got left to fall, y'all. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So we'll keep those temperatures rising into tomorrow, Friday, and even Saturday in the mid-60s. Temps will be in the upper 50s, upper 40s, and lower 50s, so much colder as we get into the first part of next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Really cool shot. We were talking about this yesterday. Donna sent this picture in of the total lunar eclipse that we all were watching and bringing it to you live. Donna, thanks so much for that picture. We would love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning, National Guard troops have been activated in 12 states to provide cyber election support.
Yeah, a spokesperson for the Defense Department says more than 90 guardsmen were called up.
They're going to focus on various issues, including network assistance and protection and risk mitigation. Among the states receiving the help, Arizona, Colorado, Illinois, Louisiana, North Carolina, and West Virginia.
A message about women's rights was displayed in Washington, D.C. before Election Day. It's called Vote for Your Daughter. It features 51 life-size statues.
The work was placed near the U.S. Supreme Court for a few hours Monday afternoon. Artist Maggie O'Neill calls the statues fearless girls, and she says she hopes the project will make voters think about women's rights. She says that she hopes to have her project shown in all 50 states. The government is reporting Elon Musk has sold nearly $4 billion worth of Tesla stock since he bought Twitter.
Musk bought the social media company October 27th. The Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, reported that he waited until November 4th to start selling more of his Tesla shares, though.
Musk sold blocks of Tesla shares totaling more than $15 billion earlier this year. It's unclear if the money Musk has raised went toward buying Twitter or to support losses at the company.
Getting into the holiday spirit with Cirque Musica. Fox 45 Morning News introducing you to the high-flying, show-stopping performance you can see this holiday season.
And in our next hour, meet the SPCA's Pet of the Week and learn how you can take this furry friend home. Some cold noses to warm your heart.
Well, cold noses means something a little bit different for us, though. Means we need to warm up, right?
Yeah, it's time for a coffee break. It is 8:56, and we are back with a recall alert. A hand sanitizer is being recalled due to undeclared methanol. Adams Polish's hand sanitizer is being pulled from store shelves after the FDA found it contained undeclared methanol. Again, as we said, the substance can be toxic when absorbed through the skin or ingested, and it can be life-threatening when ingested. Topping your morning business report, Maryland-based Novavax says a phase 3 trial shows there's no need for its bivalent booster. According to the drug company, the study found its original COVID vaccine induced broad immune responses against the original COVID strain and the newer strains. Apple is said to be making changes to its voice assistant, or Siri. According to the reports, the company is working to drop "Hey" from the "Hey Siri" phrase that triggers the voice assistant on various Apple devices. And now everyone's phone is going crazy. Mine too. Apple reportedly wants to roll out the change next year or in 2024. It would help the company keep up with Amazon's Alexa, which doesn't need the "Hey" command. And now your Alexas are probably going crazy too. Looking ahead to Veterans Day, Wendy's is giving all veterans a free breakfast combo. All they have to do is show a Veterans Advantage card or valid veteran ID. Hobbies are a great way to unwind, reduce screen time as well. Christian Vera is here with a new fun product that anyone can use in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Any activity that gets me off my phone or computer and lets me be creative, sign me up. But classes and workshops can get a little expensive, and that's where the Paint Anywhere Paint by Number kit comes in. This kit is affordable, and it's a modern take on the paint by numbers that we all used to love as kids. It's designed to make anyone an artiste. The kit includes everything you'll need, including over 20 different paint colors. Plus, it's easy to transport, so you can really bring out your inner Picasso, Basquiat, or Van Gogh anywhere. You'll be an artist no matter what your skill level is, whether you've dabbled in art before or can't even draw a straight line. The Paint Anywhere set makes it easy for anyone at any age, making it a great gift this holiday season. In fact, this piece here, I painted comfortably on my couch, and you can't make a mistake. Just follow the numbers and you're gonna get it right every time. And the best part is they're designed to be framed so you can proudly display your masterpiece when you're done, or give it as a gift to a loved one for the holidays. Right now we're offering 38% off the Paint Anywhere Paint by Number kit. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning, everyone. It's Wednesday, November 9th, day after election. We want to check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. We're recharging our batteries, getting ready for this.
That's right. It only works. We definitely have to get ready for the...
All right, here you go, Jasmine.
There we go. So temperatures around 46 right now, plenty of sunshine outside, wind chill slightly lower. And across the rest of the state, temperatures mainly the 30s, the 40s, even a couple spots in the 50s. But we are looking at a little bit of a warm up by the afternoon. Temperatures get close to average 60, then upper 60s tomorrow. So a nice warm up on the way, a great day to enjoy some time outdoors. Then on Friday, still warmer than average, but we have rain, and that's all ahead of Nicole. That will be our next weather maker. I'll break down the impacts that we could have from that coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now, and your drive time's not looking great out there. Even for this late hour, we are significantly slower than we should be. 795 to 95 is a 19-minute drive. 95 to 83, that's going to take you about 16 minutes. Well, Election Day has officially come to an end, and Fox 45 News continues to cover the big races all across Maryland, including the questions that you may have seen on your ballot.
We are seeing some major upsets across the country as some new faces will be coming into office.
Now, as we've mentioned, we have extensive live team coverage all morning long to keep you up to date with the results. We begin with the results in Baltimore City, Residents voted in favor of Question K, known for creating term limits for elected officials.
Shannon Lilly joining us from City Hall with what this will mean for those in office and for the city. Shannon.
Well, in a lot of ways, this is going to change the way the city is run and who we see right here at City Hall. In fact, now that Question K has passed, beginning in 2024, the mayor, the comptroller, city council president, and council members will be limited to serving just 2 terms. And take a look. This is what the overwhelming majority of people voted in favor of this election, with more than 70% saying yes to Question K. Well, under the measure, officials are not only limited to 2 terms, but they also cannot hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. But remember, this only applies to city officials, and it does not limit politicians from running for a different office in the city after reaching the limit on their previous position. Well, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy, who weighed in after the measure passed last night, and here's how it'll impact city government, according to him. Take a listen.
So I think you're going to have government speed it up a little bit. There's going to be a stronger sense of urgency. I've got to get something done.
Deedy also says the measure will give voters more choices and the opportunity to select candidates who couldn't run before. But the ballot measure came under heavy criticism from Democratic officials who say it'll limit voter choice and devalue expertise. Meanwhile, City Council has already prepared for Question K to pass. In fact, City Council President Nick Mosby has developed a bill that changes council members' pension eligibility from 12 years to 8 years. That bill, though, awaits a final vote. Reporting from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
We feel good about continuing on for the next 4 years.
I feel really good about it.
Now to a close race where the ballots are still being counted, the fight for Anne Arundel County Executive.
And as you just heard, both candidates say they're feeling confident, but this race is far from over.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with the latest on this competitive race. Olivia.
Right now, incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman is trailing behind Republican Jessica Hare, but the race isn't over yet because there's still votes that need to be counted. Now, if you take a look at your screen, you can see that Hare currently has about 54% of the vote and Pittman has 46%, but mail-in ballots still need to be counted.
We know coming in that the party affiliation of the people who voted early and mail-in, because that's publicly reported. And so if people do vote along party lines, we're in very good shape. We're comfortably in the lead coming into today, and we hope to hold that lead.
Counting mail-in ballots won't begin until Thursday, so this race likely won't be called until next week. And as you just heard, Pittman feels confident the mail-in ballots will be in his favor, but Hare is also feeling confident.
We're just going to wait for every vote to be counted, and we're excited to see it.
This race has been hotly contested with a lot of money poured into political ads that were often negative. The candidates say their focus, though, is on the local issues.
When you're running as a challenger, you criticize everything and you try to instill fear of crime and things. And these are serious issues where our community is coming together to solve them. And what I've seen is that we waited and we spent our money towards the end, so we're surging. We were right there after the first touchdown in the Ravens game with a very positive ad, and we've run our campaign in a positive way. And
so Mr. Pittman really can't run on his own record, so he's just kind of thrown as much mud as he possibly can at me. And we have stayed focused relentlessly on local issues and being proactive about solving these local issues hand in hand with the community. So I feel really good about our message.
And again, this race likely won't be called until next week, but of course, we will be keeping a close eye on it. For now, reporting in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. 9:05, and we continue our Vote 2022 coverage this morning as we wait to find out who will control the Senate in Washington. There are a number of votes still being counted, many races still much closer than expected.
Let's go now to Christine Frizzell, who is live on Capitol Hill, and she's got a look at the numbers for us. Good morning, Christine.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, Megan. You know, I talked to a political analyst this week who said there are very few truisms in American politics, but one of those is that the president in power will always lose seats in the House in the midterms, and we've seen that historically. Let's look. Former President Donald Trump, he lost 40 seats in 2018. President Obama, even more. When he was having his first midterm, he lost, 63 seats. Well, we heard predictions that Joe Biden would lose between 20 and 25 seats, that's not probably going to happen anymore. We're hearing new predictions this morning, probably between 8 and 15 pickups for Republicans. Republicans still expected to win the majority, but right now we still don't know. Right now they're at 199 with Democrats 172. That means we're keeping an eye on about 64 seats still up for grabs. Republicans, of course, just need 19, and Democrats would need 46 there. So that is what we're waiting on the House side. Let's go over to the Senate, where the balance of power still remains up for grabs. We've got 48 Republicans, 48 Democrats. I should say the state of Alaska, while it will go Republican, we still don't know exactly who the winner will be. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on 4 states this morning. I'm going to tell you what they are. Those states are Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. All right, first, let's go to Nevada, where Senator Catherine Cortez Masto remains trailing her opponent, Adam Laxalt. She has been running a very close race as the first Hispanic woman to become senator in the state of Nevada, still behind. Really quick, let's go to Arizona, where we expect to hear a lot more tonight. Maricopa County just starting right now to tally their mail-in votes. This is the result so far just from Election Day votes. Senator Mark Kelly hanging on to a slight lead. One more state we've got to talk about this morning, and that is the state of Georgia. Neither candidate so far at that 50% mark needed to win. There will likely be a runoff on December 6th. We are going to be keeping an eye on all of this. The lesson here, we might not know the winner of the state of Georgia or the Senate overall for another month.
All right. We're in for a ride here. Thank you, Christine.
When asked if search engines like Google promote results highlighting one political party over another, 40% of voters for today's number of the day say yes. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds 29% say they do not demonstrate this sort of bias in search results, and 31% say they aren't sure.
9:07 and turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore police now releasing video of an officer shooting and killing a Baltimore man that they say was attacking a woman over the weekend. A warning to you, the video you're about to see may be disturbing.
Simple units! Get down! Single 13, get down! Get down!
The Office of the Attorney General has identified Officer Zachary Rutherford as the one who fired, killing 46-year-old Tyree Moorhead Sunday afternoon. Police say body cam footage from Rutherford and another officer shows them arriving on the scene to find Moorhead holding a knife to the neck of a woman.
They say Rutherford ordered Moorhead to drop the knife. He did not. Rutherford then shot him multiple times, killing him. Both officers have been assigned to administrative duties as the Office of the Attorney General continues its investigation.
Baltimore City Police are still searching for the person who shot a 13-year-old girl on Monday night, leaving her in critical condition. This happened on East Fayette Street near Caroline Street. Police say when they arrived, they found a 13-year-old girl shot once. A bullet had hit her in the head. She was taken to a nearby hospital where her condition is described as grave. According to police, a suspect opened fire on people surrounding a car in a parking lot. Investigators are reviewing surveillance footage, and no suspect information has been released as of yet.
About 100 protesters gathered outside of a Baltimore Highlands bar calling for justice for a man who was killed last week by a security guard.
Police say the unidentified security guard claimed that 35-year-old Kevin Torres threw a brick at him, causing him to fire his weapon. This happening at the Christie Bar on East Lombard Street. Protesters say that Torres was president of the Villanueva soccer team, and they were celebrating a win the night he was killed. This was the third incident in recent weeks involving a private security guard shooting someone in Baltimore.
An update now on the Squeegee kids. Sources tell Fox 45 News that the full report from the Squeegee Collaborative will be released tomorrow. These sources tell us that it could include a code of conduct and that the Squeegee kids will be assigned specific areas. There may also be a guaranteed income program available to the Squeegee kids who stay out of those intersections.
Still to come this morning, we continue to follow the midterm election results as they come in, the ballot measures voters are approving in the city and what it's enabling the future. Plus, the races that are still too close to call in the surrounding counties.
And celebrate a Baltimore County classic once again. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is at the Mount Washington Tavern for a double celebration with drinks, music, and oysters every which way. You're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Somebody that has an easier job than our meteorologist Justin Chambers on a sunny day, right? So Baltimore, Mount Washington Tavern has a lot to celebrate,
I mean,
too.
all morning, what's he been doing? Eating and drinking. They're celebrating their 10th reopening anniversary. It's really great after that devastating fire. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark with the info.
Mount Washington Tavern celebrating 10 years since the fire. And the block party's going down this weekend. We have the owner, Rob, is here. We have Shannon. Shannon's been with us all morning. So, Rob, this is, I mean, a special weekend, a special celebration. And I imagine you knew it would happen, but are you surprised?
Nah, we're super happy to be back for 10 years, and it's been a busy 10 years, so we're happy to celebrate it.
And we have the wall. You know, we were talking about what happened. For those who don't know, there was a fire Halloween 10 years ago, and the wall kind of chronicles that day.
It shows a lot of the first responders and firemen that showed up and, did a wonderful job. A sad job, but a wonderful job.
And so that goes, as we celebrate this weekend, they'll be remembered.
Absolutely, and we'll be taking donations for the Widows and Orphans Fund. And just to let everybody know, it is weather dependent, so please check our website to make sure that it's, definitely going to be happening. But as of right now, we're all systems go.
Rob, it feels like what I love about your place is you can feel the family vibe. You can feel almost the history, the energy, the connection to the neighborhood. Talk to us about that.
Well, we're very fortunate. We've got over 400 years of combined service from all of our staff, which is pretty unheard of in the restaurant business, and they are family to us. My family actually works here, my son and daughter, but everybody that works here is basically family to us.
Awesome. Well, it's going down this weekend, going down Saturday. Again, Mount Washington Tavern celebrating 10 years since the fire, and it's going to be a great time. And I'm Mark Clark with Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Mark. Giving back to the community. For more information, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Time right now is 9:16, even though the Bromo Seltzer Tower clock does not say that it's 9:16 because that clock hasn't fallen back yet.
We need to get you to go up there and just do this right here. Just go like that. That's
like
all.
Doc Brown.
Yeah.
It looks like it's stuck right at 10:04. Anyway, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax talking about our forecast. And, Jasmine, you and I are talking backstage about how these temperatures are going to go back up.
Yeah, that's great news for everyone who has been feeling the fall chill over the past couple of days. We had the 80s to start the week, and then we had that big drop in numbers. Today, still on the cooler side of things, but we are talking a warm-up as we finish the work week. Right now, we sit at 48 with plenty of sunshine. That wind chill at 44, so it does feel a little bit cooler with that wind out of the north-northeast factored in. Across the rest of the state, temperatures in the 40s, the 50s. Ocean City at 55 is the high spot on the map. And then as we look west, we've got the 30s. So a cool start there, but by the afternoon, we're looking at near average temperatures. Highs will be around 60. Then as we head into Thursday, we've got that warm up on the way. 68 for the high temperature, 69 on Friday, but we do have the chance for rain, and that's all because of our next weather maker, Nicole. Notice as we head into the afternoon, we'll enjoy plenty of sunshine. Then as we head into the night and into early tomorrow, more clouds arrive. So expect a mix of sunshine and clouds tomorrow. Then as we head into Friday, we are talking the chance for rain. So that could impact your morning commute with just a few stray showers. But throughout the day, that rain coverage will gradually increase, and that continues into Saturday. So if you have weekend plans, you may want to have backup plans or move those plans indoors. We're keeping watch on Nicole, and it's getting closer and closer to the Bahamas. Right now, max sustained winds at 70 miles per hour, so it's not yet a hurricane, but it does have the potential to strengthen into a Category 1 hurricane. Then we're looking at landfall late tonight into early tomorrow morning, possibly as a strong tropical storm or a Category 1 hurricane near West Palm Beach. It then enters the Gulf and makes landfall again around the Florida Peninsula. After that, it weakens over land. But before it reaches us, it could strengthen back into a tropical storm. So we're keeping close watch on this. We do have the chance for rain and possibly some gusty winds as we head into the weekend. So make sure that you are staying weather alert and keeping watch on the radar. 60 for the high temperature today, and we stay pretty quiet with plenty of sunshine. Then as we head into the day tomorrow, 68, that's the start of our nice warming trend. 69 on Friday, that's when we have the rain from Nicole. Rain again on Saturday, temperatures around 66. Then a big drop for the upcoming week. Highs will be in the 40s and 50s. Back to you.
Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and our drive times getting better than we saw just about 20-30 minutes ago, but still not great. 14 minutes from 795 to 95, 95 to 83, also 14 minutes.
Trending now in your international news. Archaeologists have uncovered more than 24 beautifully preserved bronze statues in Italy.
The statues were discovered in thermal baths in a hilltop town in Tuscany, and they date back to ancient Roman times. Archaeologists have been exploring the muddy ruins of an ancient bathhouse in that area since 2019.
A researcher that is coordinating the dig says the statues used to adorn a sanctuary before they were immersed in the thermal waters in a sort of ritual, probably around the 1st century AD. A top culture ministry official is calling it one of the most remarkable discoveries in the history of the ancient Mediterranean.
Well, coming up after the break, how you can accommodate your furry friend if they might need a little extra time and attention and treats and love there. Look at that.
It is 9:23. Trending now. Sometimes your furry friend may need a little more TLC, and that's okay. Joining us live in studio this morning with all the tips and tricks for accommodating your pet is Animal Care Manager with the SPCA. We have Kelly Anderson joining us.
Hello.
With a very special guest. Who do we have here?
This is Ivory.
And Ivory is looking for a home.
He is. He is a little over 4. He came in stray. He's been with us for about 2 months. He was in foster for a while just because he had had a little bit of skin stuff that we wanted to make sure was all handled. Oh, get
And
off
he's
the
okay
couch.
now?
And he's okay now. He's up for adoption. He can go home. He's
got a good temperament,
so
too. He's
sweet.
calm and happy, and he likes the TLC right
loves
now. And I was
attention.
mentioning sometimes my dogs, you know, you put your hand there and they want to be pet. Other times they don't. What's going on there, and how do we accommodate?
So it's just like people, right? So sometimes dogs don't always want love and attention, and it really depends on the relationship that you have with them. So, you know, I'm sure with your own dog, as opposed, you know, same with mine, that there's a lot of things I can do with my dog, and there's a lot of times my dog comes to me and wants attention and affection, but somebody new comes into the house and they're like, oh, your dog's super sweet, and my dog's like, nope, I don't know who you are, and I don't, you know, I don't need this from you. It's just like people. You don't always jive. You don't always feel comfortable, especially if it's somebody that you don't know.
So is that just the dog's personality?
It's just, I mean, sure, you have those dogs that are like, I want to meet everybody. I love you. But it's all about, like, reading your dog, paying attention to who they are, being their advocate, and knowing that consent is a thing across all species. And there's times that dogs just tolerate interactions because they're not inherently dangerous, and you know, they are around people.
On that end, I'm my dog's person, and you know, oftentimes I lay with her, and then sometimes she'll just get up and go lay somewhere else,
and that's fine.
And I kind of think, well,
why don't you love me? And you grab them and pull them back into you.
And is that just kind of let them?
Yeah, just kind of let them do their thing. And the more that you let them have choice, and the more that you let them choose to come, and if they are uncomfortable, a lot of times at night too, like my dog will get hot and I'll take offense to it, and I'm like, just come back under the blankets with me.
You don't want to be with me.
But the more that you give them choice, and the more that you let them walk away when they are uncomfortable or walk away when they do need space, the more likely they are to feel confident to come back when they do want the love.
Now, on the flip side, sometimes I know there's a lot of owners that think, you got to step back, man. You know, this is a little much.
Right.
How do you give them love without being bombarded?
That's all about knowing like your personal boundaries of what you find appropriate and not appropriate behavior. So small dogs get away with things a lot more than big dogs, right?
Sure.
So a lot of people don't mind when small dogs are jumping up and, you know, like trying to get their attention that way, where when you have a 60-pound dog who's jumping on you, it might be obnoxious. So it's just making sure that when you are giving the attention, you're rewarding the good behavior. So like when Ivory jumps up on the couch, I'm just luring him back down. I'm ignoring him because that's a behavior I don't want him to do, but I'll give him all the love and attention on the ground.
You are such a good boy. Again, up for adoption today.
Yeah, somebody come take this love bug home. He is so sweet.
Look at that face. Kelly, as always, thank you. We appreciate it.
Of course.
We've got some sunshine, cooler temperatures for our dog walks today, but our next weather maker is bringing some rain, actually some much needed rain to the region. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is going to be here next to tell us more.
Several county executive races aren't over yet, as mail-in ballots still need to be counted. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we'll take a look at some of the closest races.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Well, welcome back on this Wednesday morning, 9:30. Coming up on 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax in our forecast here.
Well, it is another cool start to the morning, but it feels like fall. Of course, a big change from the 80s that we had. We're starting off at 48 right now with plenty of sunshine over Towson and a nice view of the trees slowly starting to lose those beautiful fall-colored leaves. Now, across the rest of the state, temperatures in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, 55 in Ocean City. That is the high spot. And then we've got 37 in Cumberland and in Oakland, two of our cooler spots on the map right now. You may want a few layers as you step outside. Temperatures are slightly cooler than they were just 24 hours ago, but by the afternoon, it's actually going to be pretty seasonable, close to average. Those temperatures will reach the upper 50s and the low 60s, and then we've got even warmer numbers on the way as we finish out the work week, but we also have the next chance for rain. I'll let you know what to expect coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. As results continue to come in from the election, voters are approving another notable ballot measure.
Question I creates more independence for the city's government watchdog. Shannon Lilly joining us from City Hall with why this is crucial for the city.
Well, Question I takes power away from the city council and the city council president, and it gives it right back to the people. In fact, take a look at this. Voters in Baltimore City overwhelmingly approving it, and those numbers show that they want an independent board that oversees our independent inspector general. And this is absolutely critical because as it stands right now, the panel consists of multiple City Hall elected officials who could ultimately be the subject of investigations by the inspector general.
Now, if Isabel Cumming or the IG is investigating someone, and maybe it's Nick Mosby, maybe it's someone else in the city council or an elected official, huge conflict of interest to have them. And we have seen this play out in real time the last year and a half, where they have questioned her and gone deep into questions they shouldn't be asking her.
And now that Question I is approved, 7 citizens will sit on this new board. And we know that applications will likely open for this new board on the OIG website by noon today, with the goal of having that board seated by January. Reporting from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Baltimore City residents also vote in favor of Question H. Now, this involves whether to bring the Baltimore City Police Department back under local control. The police department has functioned as a state agency for more than a century, meaning that City Hall has not had the authority to fully regulate the police department. They must seek approval from the Maryland General Assembly when it comes to any policy changes.
Turning now to races for county executive, there are several that are still close as the ballots are not all counted, while others have already been called.
Olivia Dance joins us from Baltimore County with the latest.
Here in Baltimore County, there are still mail-in ballots that need to be counted, but incumbent Democrat Johnny Olszewski has enough of a lead that he has been declared the winner. Olszewski will begin his second term as Baltimore County executive, and on election night, he led Republican challenger Pat McDonough by nearly 20 points. He's already looking towards the future.
We continue to deliver on our promises from 4 years ago, literally and figuratively building a better Baltimore County.
He focused his campaign on strengthening public schools, while his opponent centered around crime and safety in schools. Another big race, though, is the one for Howard County Executive, where a winner has not been declared yet. Incumbent Democrat Calvin Ball is still holding his lead on his position against Republican Alan Kittleman.
We have 16,500 mail-in ballots that will not be counted until Thursday. So, and there may be more than that. And so it seems to me, unless one of us has either won by a large amount, that it's probably more important for us to respect the voters and give them an opportunity to have their votes counted before we make any decisions.
As you just heard, Kittleman saying he wants to wait until all results are counted, while Ball feels as if he's already won.
So excited that our record won, that our community won. Actually called when I was on the way in. He said he wanted to wait until all of the votes were counted, but he could see the way that this is going.
And we are expecting to get more results from Howard County either this morning or later today. So, of course, we'll bring you those results as we get them. For now, reporting in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Olivia. Another county we are following, Harford County. 2 new candidates ran for executive since outgoing executive Republican Barry Glassman did not run for re-election. Instead, he ran for state comptroller. Republican Bob Casserly has a wide margin over Democrat Blaine Miller. Turning now to the statewide ballot question on legalizing marijuana.
It looks like we have a decision there. Tom Rogers is at our live center with those results. Tom.
Yeah, speaking of wide margins, look at this, 65 to 34. Now, this is showing that just a quarter of the votes have been counted, but overwhelmingly, recreational marijuana is legalized in Maryland. This is a simple possession for adults over the age of 21. So what this means, starting July 1st, possession of up to 1.5 ounces of recreational marijuana, if you are 21 and older, will be legal. This also expunges past simple marijuana convictions if that was the only charge in the case. Maryland now joining neighboring D.C., Virginia in doing this, along with 20 other states. It was expected to pass, and as you see from the numbers so far, already has favored, according to the Associated Press, that this has passed. That's the latest from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. Coming up, 12 states activate National Guard troops for this midterm election. What kind of protection and risk mitigation they're providing?
And Tropical Storm Nicole is forcing a state of emergency as it makes its way to Florida. After the break, how we're planning to see impacts from that storm here in Maryland. 9:35 is the time.
We are tracking Tropical Storm Nicole this morning as it approaches the Bahamas. That storm is forecasted to strengthen into hurricane soon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now with the impacts that we might feel.
Yeah, absolutely, Meg. We're talking about this thing going to go right up the East Coast and eventually be impacting us by the time we head into our Veterans Day weekend. This is where the storm is right now, about 250 miles to the east of West Palm Beach, Florida. We've got a couple of live shots here, and Tom's over in the live center. He's going to pull some of those up, and you can see this is actually from West Orlando. This is one of the beach shots where that wind is shaking things around. I think there's a good Melbourne, Florida shot where the waves are really crashing in as Tom kind of pulls up those different shots. Yeah, this is the one we're talking from surfguru.com, and this is what the seas are already doing. And a lot of folks are saying, okay, it's already getting rough there, even though the center of the storm is not close. So that's what we're looking at with our tracker here. Pull back up weather, too, if you don't mind, Curtis, for me. This is what's going to be taking place. It'll be right there near to the north of West Palm Beach, making landfall more than likely early tomorrow morning. We already have hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings, tropical storm warnings up and down the east coast of Florida. But this storm, notice the red. It goes over to Tampa. It goes over to areas where we saw Ian impact just a couple months ago, even all the way up toward Jacksonville and into South Carolina. Those tropical storm warnings continue to be in effect. Now, this is the tropical storm tracker, and we'll get another update from this in the National Hurricane Center in just a few minutes, actually, from right now. 70-mile-an-hour winds. We've seen some stronger wind gusts, expected to be a hurricane sometime later today. And then you can see the impact right there north of Coral Springs and West Palm Beach here. By the time we get into about 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, that storm will continue to track up into the panhandle of Florida, then make a right turn to Georgia. We're talking Atlanta, we're talking Charlotte, Richmond, Virginia, and here we are in Baltimore early Saturday morning. The National Hurricane Center does have us under that cone of uncertainty where we could still see 40-mile-an-hour wind and even some pretty decent rain. Now, we've been pretty dry lately, so we're not expecting widespread flooding issues, but it's going to be a good rainmaker here for us. And we'll obviously track it as it gets closer to us with the Weather Authority team in full effect. So appreciate you taking those shots. And of course, we'll let you know what's going on, and we'll have more with our local forecast in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. And remember, you can track severe storms even when we are not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started. One California resident waking up a millionaire after the break. The slightly smaller check a Marylander is receiving despite not winning that big, huge prize. And enjoy a musical journey that will transport you to a magical land far away. Coming up, where you can buy tickets to Cirque Musica's Holiday Wonderland. 9:41, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:44, usher in the magic of the holiday season with the must-see holiday event of the year. Be dazzled by acrobats, aerialists, and holiday cheer, of course, in an all-new musical. Joining us this morning to share more about the Cirque Musica Holiday Wonderland, one of the stars of the show, Samantha Duvall. Good morning.
Hi, thank you. That was a lovely intro.
Well, you know what? This is the time of year. I'm already into the holiday spirit. So when I saw this show pop up, this just looks beautiful. So tell us about the show. What's the holiday story here?
So it's a really, like you said, a blend of acrobatic acts and just amazing circus acts with a story. I play the Princess Caroline. She doesn't yet know she's a princess in the beginning of the story. She goes to visit her aunt and uncle for the holidays, and they show her the magic of Wonderland through this book that she loved as a child. And so they go to Wonderland, and she discovers all of the amazing people and the amazing things that they can do. And she learns that her job is to upkeep the holiday spirit, to bolster the holiday spirit every year.
Oh.
And at the end, she decides to accept the position as princess, and it's just a beautiful celebration of that, of being present and loving Wonderland.
In addition to that, I'm watching, I'm kind of mesmerized by the videos that we're showing as you're explaining that, because in addition to the beautiful story that you're telling, it's in the fashion of Cirque. So we see all of the amazing tricks and on all of those things going on. Talk about that part of it.
Okay, so there you're going to see so many amazing things. There's one woman who does a hair hang. I didn't even know what this was. She literally hangs by her hair, and she does amazing circus acts. There's the flying violinist that you just saw. She hangs in the air and plays the violin.
Oh my goodness.
There's amazing feats of balance, the wheel of death. It's just incredible. I'm on stage watching these acts, and my palms are sweating.
I could imagine. And it's just amazing to see all of that intertwined with being able to tell the holiday story. So now the question is, when are you guys coming to Baltimore? Because it's a one-night engagement. You got to get the tickets.
That's right. I'm actually not sure. I could check the schedule.
Hey, you're here in November, because I already looked it up to see when.
Yes.
when
November
it is.
29th.
The
November
29th. So that's perfect. It's right after Thanksgiving, and now you're officially in the holiday season. Talk about what we were talking in the commercial. You guys are on the road doing this right up until the holidays for yourselves before you can get home to family and friends.
Correct. Yeah, we're going to be on the road constantly, changing locations pretty much every single day. And then we'll get to fly home on November 25th, since our last show is November 24th.
Okay, well, very nice. Enjoy the time that you finally get home and spend with your family. And we're gonna let folks know how they can get tickets. It's all it's happening at the Lyric. So
correct.
We'll let folks know that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
9:47 now, and we're feeling in the holiday spirit, and unfortunately kind of feeling like that outside a little bit.
I guess we can't want it and not want it. It all comes with it. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here.
I don't think it's too bad outside.
It
could be worse. I do like the cooler temperatures, and it feels like fall outside. It looks like fall, so not too bad, not quite the 80s, but again, it's not summer. 48 for the current temperature with plenty of sunshine. We are dealing with a slight wind chill. 44 right now is how it feels outside with winds out of the northeast. Across the rest of the state, we've got plenty of sunshine, but still cool temperatures. 30s toward western Maryland, 40s north of the city, and then 50s south and along the eastern shore. 55 in Ocean City, that is the high spot on the map. As we head into the afternoon, temperatures gradually rise to the 50s and then the low 60s. That's going to keep us close to average for this time of year. Expect plenty of sunshine, and then overnight, mostly clear to start, but then we'll have more clouds arrive as we head into Thursday. Notice as we head into the afternoon, we're talking plenty of sunshine. Those clouds start to move in overnight and then into the morning. Expect partly cloudy skies. Still, we stay nice and dry tomorrow, but that is going to change as we head into Friday. There could be a few very stray showers overnight, But as we head into tomorrow afternoon, our rain chances increase and the coverage of rain starts to increase later in the day and into Saturday. That's all because of Nicole. Still a tropical storm at this point. It is expected to strengthen into a Category 1 hurricane and possibly making landfall near West Palm Beach as a Category 1 hurricane or a strong tropical storm. Then it enters the Gulf before making landfall around the panhandle of Florida. As it moves over land, it weakens to a depression, but possibly strengthens back into a tropical storm before getting very close to our state. Now, we are talking rain and the possibility of gusty winds, so make sure that you are staying weather alert as we head into Friday and Saturday. Those are the primary days when we could have those impacts. 60 for the high temperature. Then as we head into the day tomorrow, a slight warm up. 68, 69 on Friday. We drop to the mid-60s on Saturday. Then it gets much cooler for the upcoming week with highs only in the upper 40s and low 50s. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Get this. The Artemis 1 rocket mission launch is delayed yet again, and this time it's because of weather. Of course, we've been talking about Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to strengthen into a hurricane before it slams into Florida's east coast. The next attempt at the uncrewed launch will now be November 16th. The Artemis 1 mission will send the spacecraft on a test mission around the moon as NASA aims to return humans to the moon for the first time in half a century. Making headlines now this morning, National Guard troops have been activated in 12 states to provide cyber election support.
A spokesperson for the Defense Department says more than 90 guardsmen were called up.
They're going to focus on various issues, including network assistance and protection and risk mitigation. Among the states receiving the help, Arizona, Colorado, Illinois, Louisiana, North Carolina, and West Virginia.
A message about women's rights was displayed in Washington, D.C. before Election Day. It's called Vote for Your Daughter, and it features 51 life-size statues.
The work was placed near the U.S. Supreme Court for a few hours Monday afternoon. Artist Maggie O'Neill calls the statues fearless girls and says that she hopes the project will make voters think about women's rights. She says she hopes to have her project shown in all 50 states. The government is reporting Elon Musk has sold nearly $4 billion worth of Tesla stock since he bought Twitter.
Musk bought the social media company October 27th, and the Securities and Exchange Commission reported that he waited until November 4th to start selling more of his Tesla shares.
Musk sold blocks of Tesla shares totaling more than $15 billion earlier this year. It's unclear if the money Musk has raised went toward buying Twitter or to support losses at the company.
A new round of layoffs for Twitter employees.
But this time, it's at an office that's only been open for 4 days.
Sources say the social media platform is laying off almost all of its Africa staff at Twitter's headquarters in Ghana. Staff reported being locked out of the official Twitter email address and receiving termination notices.
Oh, it's a rough way to find out. The notices say that Twitter is, quote, reorganizing its operations as a result of a need to reduce costs. The workers have been placed on so-called garden leave until December. They will still receive full pay and benefits during that 30-day period. Remember, they've only been there 4 days, but they cannot start another job until that last day.
Well, sadly, your dreams of being an instant billionaire may be over.
Unless you know someone in California, because that's where the ticket, the winning ticket, matched all the correct numbers for the $2 billion jackpot. And yesterday morning's drawing, weird to say morning drawing, it was delayed, of course, overnight because of some tech and security issues. At least someone in Maryland is getting a big check. We've got $1 million ticket that was sold in Catonsville, so don't throw them out. Look at those tickets. Maybe you have $1 million.
Well, the sun is here today, and warmer temperatures are coming tomorrow. Jasmine Lomax lets us know why we can expect rain later in the week as well. That's all part of the 10-day forecast.
Nice view over the city right now. It's starting to warm up slowly, but we've got plenty of sunshine, and that certainly helps. As we head into the afternoon, we get close to average temperatures around 60, and then a nice warm up tomorrow. Great for spending some time outside. 68, 69 on Friday, but unfortunately, we are talking the next weather maker impacts from Tropical Storm Nicole impacting us on Friday and again on Saturday. Make sure that you're staying weather alert and following along for updates. Then after Saturday, temperatures fall, 40s and 50s for the upcoming week. So certainly feeling like fall, getting closer to winter.
I have a story quickly about my leaves on my tree. I have a small tree in the county, and Tom gave me a rake, and I was all excited. And I went out there yesterday. All the leaves are gone.
They're gone.
They're gone. And they blow it away. So I'm like,
They're in your neighbor's yard.
They're in my neighbor's yard.
Don't
Yeah.
complain.
So
Don't
you can have your rake
complain.
back.
That's your rake. Housewarming gift.
We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
You can rake the neighbor's yard.